Clipper Audio presents an unabridged recording of The Girls by Lisa Jewell, narrated by Gabrielle Glaister and Amelie Jewell. This work is copyrighted Lisa Jewell 2015. This recording is copyrighted 2015 by W.F. Howes Limited. You live on a picturesque communal garden square, an oasis in urban London. Children run free, in and out of other people's houses. You've known your neighbours for years, and you trust them, implicitly. You think your children are safe, but are they really? On a midsummer's night, a 13-year-old girl is found unconscious in a dark corner of the garden square. What really happened to her? And who is responsible? And now, The Girls. The 5th of July, 9 p.m. Pip stands behind her mother in the tiny bathroom. She's not sure what to do. She's never seen her mother being sick before. Oh, God, Pip. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. That's okay, Mum. Pip tentatively touches her mother's head and strokes her fine blonde hair just once. Her mother doubles over and is sick again. She judders afterwards and rocks back onto her heels, staring up into the halogens buried in the ceiling. Pip passes her a beaker of water. "Here," she says. "Drink some." Her mother does as she is told. "Do you think that's it? Do you think you've finished?" Claire shudders and says, "Yes, I think that's it." She rests the beaker of water on the floor by the toilet with shaking hands and unfolds her legs, leaning back against the side of the bath. "Pip," she says, taking her hand, "I am so sorry." "Honestly, Mum, it doesn't matter." "It does matter." Her mother's words are slightly slurred. Her pale skin is waxy, her mascara smudged under her eyes. "It matters because I'm your mother, and it is my job to look after you, and how can I look after you in this state?" She points at herself. "You shouldn't have to be looking after me. You shouldn't have to deal with anything you've had to deal with these past few months. You've been the best, most amazing girl. I don't know what I'd do without you, I don't." Her mother pulls Pip to her and holds her tight. Too tight. "I need to go to bed now. I have to—" Claire gets uncertainly to her feet, holding onto the sink for balance. "I have to sleep." The back door is still unlocked. All the lights are on. And Grace is still outdoors somewhere, roaming the communal garden with her friends. Pip resists the urge to say, "But what about Grace? What about me?" She's 12 years old. She can handle this. Her mother stumbles from the bathroom and falls face down onto her bed. Pip pulls the duvet from under her small body and covers her properly. "Thank you, baby, thank you. I love you so much, so much." Pip sits on the edge of her mother's bed for a while, until she hears her breathing change to a sonorous bass. It is just past 9. She moves to the living room and sits there, perched uncertainly on the edge of the sofa. Beyond the back door, across the gardens, the party is still going on. She can hear it in snatches of laughter and high-pitched screams of overexcited children out long past their bedtimes. She doesn't know what to do. She's all alone, and soon it will be dark. She phones Grace, but unsurprisingly her call goes straight through to voicemail. Grace has been outdoors since 2 o'clock, and her phone will be out of charge. Then she hears something at the back door, footsteps. She looks up, her heart racing. She sees a tall shadow move past the window. The footsteps are closer now, and suddenly there is a man standing by the door. Pip clutches her heart and hides herself behind the sofa. "Hello? Claire? Pip?" She breathes a sigh of relief. It's Leo. She goes to the door where he stands with his golden dog, Scout. "Just checking on your mum," he says, looking behind her. Is she okay? Pip nods. She was sick, and now she's gone to bed. Ah, he nods. Pip crouches to stroke the dog, mainly because she's embarrassed to be here alone talking to a grown-up. Are you coming back out? He asks. The party's still going on, loads of kids still out there. I don't think I should, she says. I don't want to leave Mum in case she's sick again. He nods, approvingly. Fair enough, he says. If you need anything, come to ours. We'll all be up for a good while longer. Then he goes, the golden dog following behind, and disappears into the shadows of the encroaching dusk. By 10 to 10 it is dark, and Pip wants to go to bed. She looks in on her mother, who is asleep on her back, her mouth hanging open, her arms above her head, snoring. Pip looks out into the darkness beyond her garden gate. The party is finished, but the garden is still alive. Clusters of people sit on the grass, or on arrangements of folding chairs, their faces lit by storm lanterns, by candles flickering in jars, by the red embers of disposable barbecues. She needs to find Grace, so that she can lock the door and go to bed. But she doesn't want to wander these gardens in the dark on her own, however lively they are. The security light at the back of a neighbour's house goes on, and she sees a stream of 20-somethings pass through the garden and back door, each holding something. Rolled-up blankets, empty wine bottles, bin bags full of the detritus of a day in the sun. The sudden brightness and the wholesome chatter of her neighbours and their friends makes Pip feel brave for a second, and she grabs the key to the back door and locks it behind her. The table on their terrace is still bedecked with balloons from Grace's birthday party earlier in the day, bobbing mournfully in the warm night breeze. She sees children in the playground, big children. She heads towards them, hopefully. She sees faces she recognises. Leo's older daughters, Catkin and Fern, mucking about on the swings, and Tyler and Dylan side by side on a bench. But no Grace. Have you seen Grace? They all look at each other and shrug. Dylan sits up straight. Isn't she at home? Pip feels a cold chill of dread pass down her spine. No, she says. I haven't seen her for hours. She said she was going in, says Catkin. About an hour ago. She must have changed her mind. Have you checked our flat? Maybe she's hanging out with our parents. Pip wanders across the lawn, through the remains of the party, bunting fluttering darkly from trees, bin bags in piles ready to be removed the next morning, piles of folded chairs and dismantled gazebos stacked under trees. She can see the light from the house's garden apartment, glowing from here, empty now after a day-long party. The party that she and her mother had been at earlier, where her mother had drunk too much wine and had had to excuse herself, barely able to walk in a straight line. Then she cries out and clutches her chest when a figure appears at her side. It is Max, the football-mad loner of the garden. He's only 9, 3 years younger than her. She can't believe he's still out here, wandering alone at this time of night. As ever, he's holding his beloved football, squeezing it tight against his stomach. He looks at Pip, his eyes wide and appalled. He looks as though he's about to say something, but no words come. He turns then and runs down the hill towards the lights. Pip watches him go, feeling that something is wrong. "Grace!" she calls out. "Grace!" There is something on the brow of the hill, a strange shape emerging from the hedge that encircles the rose garden. She heads towards it. "Grace!" she calls again. "Grace!" As she nears the shape, she can see it is a foot. She holds her breath deep inside her body and rounds the corner timorously. The foot is attached to a person. Pip passes the beam from her mobile phone across the figure. A girl, half undressed, shorts yanked down to her knees, floral camisole top lifted above small naked breasts. Her hair is spread about her. Her face is a bloodied mass. Grace. Pip drops to her knees. No, she mutters, no, 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 no. She pulls Grace's camisole down. Then she runs down the hill, runs and runs, towards the warm, safe lights of the house's apartment, towards grown-ups, her heart thumping piston-hard in her chest. Before. 1.
Dear Daddy, we moved into the new flat this weekend. It's nice. It's on a quiet street with little houses. You walk into a narrow hallway, and if you turn right, there are 2 bedrooms. I have to share with Grace, but I don't really mind. You know I never liked sleeping on my own in the old house anyway. Not really. Do you remember? I don't really know how much you remember about things from before. I don't know if you've lost all your memories, or if you're just the same, except with all the other problems. Anyway, our room is really cute. We put our beds in an L shape so that our feet point together and our heads are furthest apart, and I can see Grace when I'm in bed. It's weird how I'm 11, and I should be wanting my own room, and I just really don't. Remember how I used to say I wish we lived in a caravan, so we could all be snug together? Well, it's a bit like that, I suppose. Then, Mum's room is next door to ours. It's quite small, but she's got a little shower room attached, which is nice for her. Then, on the other side of the hallway, there's the kitchen, which is square, with white units with silver handles and white tiles, and Mum says it looks like an operating theatre. It kind of does. Well, it's totally different to our old kitchen, that's for sure. Do you remember our old kitchen? Do you remember those crazy tiles around the sink with bits of fruit on them? Grapes and stuff? I sort of miss those now. So the kitchen has a breakfast bar, which is good. I like breakfast bars. And a window that looks over the garden. And next door is a tiny living room. It's all painted white with that kind of shiny wood flooring that's not really wood, and whoever lived here before must have worn very sharp heels because it's full of little dents like Ryvita. There's a door in the living room that takes you to the back garden. It's tiny and weeny, just big enough for a little table and some chairs. And maybe it's just because it's winter, but it does smell a bit damp out there, and there's lots of moss all over the walls. And it has a little wooden gate, and when you go through the gate, there's a totally massive garden. We were not expecting it. Mum didn't even tell us about it before. I was just thinking what a cute little flat it was, and then suddenly it's like Narnia. There's all these tall trees and pathways, and a lawn that takes you up to these big white houses with windows that are as tall as 2 men, and you can see the chandeliers and their big splashy paintings on the wall. At night when you look up the hill, and the houses have their lights on, it's so pretty. And in the garden itself, there are all these pathways and little tucked-away places. A secret garden which is hidden inside an old wall covered with ivy, like the one in the book. A rose garden which has bowers all the way around and benches in the middle. And there's a playground too. It's not particularly amazing. Just some swings and a clunky old roundabout, and one of those sad animals on a spring. But it's still cool. Mum says I can't tell you the name of the garden, or where it is. I totally don't know why. But it is still in London, just a different part to where we lived. So, all in all, I quite like it here. Which cannot be said for Grace. She hates it. She hates sharing a room with me. She hates the tiny rooms in the narrow hallway, and the fact there's nowhere to put anything. And she hates our new school. I can tell you it's a girls' school. There are 2 baby goats and a Vietnamese pot-bellied pig in the playground. But I can't tell you what it's called. I'm really sorry. Anyway, she hates it. I don't really know why. I really like it. And also, she hates the communal garden. She says it's weird and scary, probably full of murderers. I don't think so. I think it looks interesting. Kind of mysterious. I have to go now. Mum says she doesn't know if they'll give you any letters or if you'll even be able to read them anyway. But I always told you everything, Dad, and I don't want it to stop now. Love you. Get better, your pipsqueak.
Look, said Adele, standing in the tall window of her living room, her arms folded across her stomach. More new people. She was watching a young woman with a soft helmet of pale blonde hair, wearing an oversized parka with a huge fur-trimmed collar that looked as though it had eaten her. She was walking along the perimeter of the secret garden, followed by 2 biggish girls. Adele couldn't really gauge their age. but she thought roughly 11, 12, 13, that kind of area. The girls had matching heads of thick, dark curls, and were wearing similar-looking parkas to, she assumed, their mother. They were tall and solid, almost, Adele couldn't help herself from thinking, verging on the overweight, but hard to tell in the winter coats. Leo joined her at the window. "Oh," he said, "them. I saw them moving in a few days ago." "Whereabouts?" "The terrace," he said, "about halfway down." The garden was formed in the space between a long row of small, flat-fronted Georgian cottages on Virginia Terrace, and a majestic half-moon of stucco-fronted mansions on Virginia Crescent, with a large mansion block at either end. Adele had lived on Virginia Crescent for almost 20 years. She'd moved into Leo's flat when she was 21, straight from a cramped flat share on Stroud Green Road. She had been immediately overwhelmed by the high ceilings and the faded grandeur, the foxed mirrors and threadbare sofas, old velvet shredded by the claws of a dozen long-dead cats, the heavy floor-length curtains patterned with sun-bleached palm fronds and birds of paradise, the walls of books, and the grand piano covered with a fringed chenille throw. They'd long since taken out the opulent 70s-style bathroom suite with its golden bird-shaped taps and green porcelain sanitary ware. They'd ripped out the expensive claret-red carpets and taken down the curtains so heavy they'd needed 2 people to take the weight. Leo's mother had died 12 years ago, and 2 years later his father had moved to some landlocked African state to marry a woman half his age. She and Leo bought out his 2 brothers, and room by room they'd made the flat their own. Adele felt as much a part of the garden as her husband, who had grown up on these lawns. She'd seen babies become adults. She had seen 100 families come and go. She had had dozens of other people's children in and out of her home. The garden became a mystery during these winter months. Neighbours becoming shadows glimpsed through windows, their children growing taller and taller behind closed doors, people moving out, people moving in, and people occasionally dying. And it wasn't until the onset of spring, until the days grew longer and the sun shone warmer, that the secrets of the winter were revealed. She looked again at the new arrivals. Gorgeous girls, tall and big-boned, both of them, with square-jawed faces like warrior queens. And then she turned her gaze to their elfin, worried-looking mother. "Was there a man?" she asked Leo, "when they moved in?" "Not that I noticed," he said. She nodded. She wanted to wander out there now, accidentally cross paths, introduce herself, make sure they realized that there was more to the garden than it might appear on a dank January afternoon such as this. She wanted to impart some sense of the way the garden opened like a blossom during the summer months. Back doors left open, children running barefoot in the warm dark of night, the red glow of tin can barbecues for 2 in hidden corners, the playground full of young mothers and toddlers, the pop and thwack of ping-pong balls on the table wheeled out by the French family along the way. Cats stretched out in puddles of sunshine, striped shadows patterning the lawn through fronds of weeping willows. But right now that was all a long way off. Right now it was January, and in an hour or so it would be getting dark. Lights switched on, curtains pulled shut, everyone sealed up and internalized. The garden itself dark and shabby. Lines of bare-branched trees, dead-faced backs of houses, pale gravelled paths covered in the last of autumn's leaves, an air of desolation, melancholic whistle of wind through leafless tendrils of weeping willows, cats sitting listlessly on garden walls. "I wonder where those girls go to school," she muttered, mainly to herself. "The girls' school up by the heath, maybe, or maybe even the hothouse place on the other side of the main road." She tried to work out whether they had money or not. You couldn't assume anything in this community. Half these houses were owned by a charitable trust, and the mansion blocks at either end were affordable housing for service workers. There was even a halfway house on the terrace, home to an endless succession of recently released female offenders and their children, its back garden cemented over and sprouting weeds, with a never-used solitary plastic rocking dog. There was no single type of person who lived here. No neat social demographic catchment. Everyone lived here. TV presenters, taxi drivers, artists, teachers, drug addicts. That was the joy of it. "You're starting to look a bit creepy there, Dell." She jumped slightly. "Those girls will be going, 'Mum, have you seen that weird woman over there who keeps staring at us?'" Adele turned and smiled at Leo. "They can't see me," she said, "not in this light." "Well, that makes it even worse. Mum, there's a ghostly shape in that window over there. I don't like it." "Okay." Adele turned one last time before moving away from the window. 2.
Dear Daddy, how are you? When can we see you? I miss you so much. Well, we've been here for 10 days now. Granny came for lunch on Sunday. She made lots of weird faces. I don't think she liked it very much. She said that Mum should have let us out in the garden on our own, that there might be murderers and paedophiles hiding in the bushes. She said that she'd heard a story about a young girl being found dead in a garden like ours a long time ago, and that everyone would be looking in our back windows all the time. She's so silly sometimes. We went for a walk around the garden after she left, and me and Grace mucked around on the swings and stuff. There was nobody out there. But then yesterday after school I could hear voices in the garden, children's voices. And I looked out the window. I could see kids running about, some others on bikes. Anyway, me and Grace went out just to look. We stood under the trees outside our house so that nobody could see us, and we spied on them. They were kind of our age, I think. Mainly girls. Some of the girls looked a bit strange, wearing really weird clothes, patterned things. One had really long hair, literally down to her bum. Another had shaved off bits, and another one had dreadlocks. There was another girl who was much smaller than the others, but acted like she was probably the boss of the gang. She was really pretty, with silky blonde hair that looked like it had been straightened because it was so shiny. She was wearing normal clothes, jeans and stuff. And then a boy, mixed race, kind of good looking. They weren't really doing much. The smaller girl was on rollerblades. The boy was on a bike. The other 3 girls were just kind of hanging about, and then one of them got onto the back bit of the boy's bike, and they were cycling around, and I said to Grace, "Let's go to the playground. Let's go on the swings," because I really wanted to get closer to them and see them properly. But she said, "I'm going indoors. I hate it out here. It's cliquey and full of stuck-up kids." But I don't think they are stuck up, really. I think they're just all different kinds of kids, that's all. And they'll probably think the same about us, stuck-up girls hiding under trees, staring at them. So we went inside them because I felt too shy to stay out there on my own. It's raining today, so the garden's empty. Is it raining where you are? Do you have a garden? Are you allowed out of bed? Are you even in a bed? I wish I knew more. I wish I could understand why you're there and what they're doing to you and how you're feeling. I wish we could come and see you. Are you lonely? Do you remember? Do you remember anything? I've drawn you a picture of me in case you can't remember my face anymore. And if you can't remember what Grace looks like, it's basically the same as me, except her lips are fuller, her hair is 2 shades darker, and she's got a little freckle by her eye that looks like a teardrop. I love you, Daddy. Get well soon.
"Okay, girls." Adele put out her hands to gather up the exercise books handed to her by her children. "Lunchtime." "What are we having?" asked Fern, uncurling herself from her usual position on the blue armchair, scratching at the stubble of her shaved temples. "Soup," said Adele. "What sort?" asked Willow, uncrossing her legs and getting to her feet. "Chicken noodle." "Can I go to the shops and get myself a sandwich?" asked Catkin, her hands folded into the cuffs of her jumper and held to her mouth pensively. "No." "Please, I can buy it with my own money." Her blue eyes were wide and beseeching. "No, I don't want you going anywhere. We won't see you again." "Oh, come on. Where the hell am I going to go in the middle of the day?" "I have no idea, Catkin. You are an eternal mystery to me, but I'm not letting you go to the shops. And you should be saving your money for things you actually need rather than wasting it on expensive sandwiches." "It's my money." Yes, I know, and it's good for you to learn to budget and prioritise. And while there's a huge pan of perfectly good soup on the other side of that door, it's crazy for you to waste your money on crappy shop-bought sandwiches full of additives. Catkin rolled her eyes and dropped her baby animal stance, her arms falling angrily to her sides. "Fine," she said. "Bring on the fucking soup." Adele and her girls had their lunch in the kitchen, loosely arranged around the big farmhouse table that was one of the few things left behind from her in-laws' inhabitation. It was the same table that Leo and his brothers had sat around as boys, and it still bore scars and marks left there 40 or more years ago, added to now by Leo's own children. Catkin sat with her long legs stretched out along the bench, her back a C-shaped hump, causing her to turn her head 45 degrees in order to reach her soup bowl. Fern sat straight-backed as always, rhythmically spooning the soup into her mouth, her body language giving nothing away, her ears taking in every last thing. Willow, meanwhile, kept up a running commentary, her soup getting cold in front of her, a habit she'd had since toddlerhood. In fact, until she was about 9 years old, Adele had spoon-fed her, slipping the spoon between her lips every time she paused for breath, just to get the blessed food into her. "What's for pudding?" she asked now. "Pudding?" said Adele. "You haven't started your soup yet." "Yes, but the thought of pudding will incentivize me to eat my soup." "No, stop talking for more than 30 seconds is what you need to do, and anyway there is no pudding." Willow gasped and put her hand dramatically against her heart. "Are you serious?" "Well, there's crumble, but you won't eat crumble, so—" "Not even any biscuits?" "Just those oaty ones you don't like." "I'll eat an oaty biscuit," she said, "if that's all there is." "That's all there is." "Right, then." She picked up her spoon and started shoveling soup into her mouth. Fern looked at her in horror. "Slow down," said Adele. "You're splashing it everywhere." "What can we do after lunch?" asked Willow, wiping soup splashes from her cheeks with the back of her hand. Adele looked at the time. Then she checked the timetable taped to the front of her folder. "Well, it's double math this afternoon, so it might be good for you all to burn off a bit of energy. Why don't you go out in the garden for half an hour?" "It's wet," said Catkin. "No," said Adele, "it's damp. If you were at school, it would be deemed playground weather." "Yes, but we're not at school, are we? Precisely because you didn't like the way mainstream schools herd children around like cattle." Adele sighed. "In which case, do whatever you want, but no TV, and back here at 1:15, please. With your brain switched on." The girls left the table, grabbing oaty biscuits and apples on their way. Adele tidied up the soup bowls and wiped the crumbs from the ripped-apart bread rolls into the palm of her hand before dropping them in the bin. Adele had been homeschooling her children since Catkin was 5. She and Leo had decided to take her out of school halfway through her reception year, when she'd come home in tears after being told off for running in the playground. For a while they'd seriously considered moving to the countryside, putting Catkin into one of those wonderful little schools with woods and fields and pigs and goats. But Leo's revolting father had refused to sell them his half of the flat. "It's my little bit of London. I couldn't sleep at night without my little bit of London." They'd been to see Montessori schools, Steiner schools, some of the woollier local private schools, but they hadn't managed to make the finances work. So Adele had given up her job as an education coordinator at an art centre — it had barely paid her anything anyway — spent a month familiarising herself with the foundation stage of the national curriculum, and become her child's teacher. Then had come Fern, and then Willow, and what had started off as an experiment became a way of life. Not everyone approved. Adele's sister, Zoe, for one, thought it verged on child abuse. "But they won't know how to play with other children," she'd said. "And they won't know what's in and what's out, and everyone will think they're weirdos." "Do you think they're weirdos?" Adele had asked in reply. "No, of course not. I think they're lovely, but I'm a middle-aged woman. I'm not another child." "They've got the garden," Adele would counter. "They can do all the peer-to-peer stuff they need to do out there. It's just like a playground. Except it's not. It's just not. It's just another weird thing that makes them different from other children. I couldn't live like that." She'd said this more than once. Everyone being able to see in, never being able to go and sit in your garden on your own in your bra, always having to talk to people. It was an acquired taste, Adele supposed. Sometimes she did wish she could take a blanket and a book outside and sit and read undisturbed. Sometimes she did resent other people's children running through her freshly hoovered flat. But the benefits far outweighed the difficulties, and for the girls it was crucial, the linchpin to their entire existence. Without the garden, her sister would probably be right. They would be odd and out on a limb. The other children were their connection to the mainstream world, and of course, as a world heard about only through the anecdotes of friends, school did sometimes become a romanticised concept, and each of the girls had on occasion begged her to let them go to school. When she was 11 years old, Fern had even taken to walking up the hill to Dylan's school to meet him at 3:30, just to feel that she was experiencing the first flush of independence, like other children her age. Yes, homeschooled children, communal living, all very alternative, verging on controversial, but to Adele entirely and completely normal. At 1:15 p.m. she went to the back gate and called the girls in for afternoon school. They came, her brood, her gaggle, with their unkempt hair and their unworldly clothes, their brains filled with everything she'd ever taught them, their stomachs filled with food she'd cooked from scratch, the babies that she'd never had to hand over to the world. For half an hour they studied mindfulness. It had appeared on the national curriculum this year. Adele had been delighted. She'd been effectively teaching them mindfulness skills for years. She'd called it meditation, although that hadn't been quite accurate. The girls arranged themselves into their usual layout, long legs outstretched in wash-faded leggings and hand-me-down jeans, scrubbed faces in mindful repose, wearing holey old jumpers and unbranded sweatshirts from the charity shops along the Finchley Road. Nothing from Primark, nothing from New Look, nothing ethically unsound. The girls understood. They'd watched the documentaries about the sweatshops, seen the news reports about the factory fire in Mumbai that had killed all those people. They knew fashion wasn't as important as people. They weren't vain, they weren't shallow. No smartphones, no Facebook, no Instagram. All too likely to turn them into narcissists. They understood. They sneered at the posturing and posing of their contemporaries, the 12-year-old girls in mascara, puckering into camera lenses, the misguided fools on talent shows. They got it, her girls. They absolutely got it. They weren't weird, Adele thought now, looking at them in turn. They were magnificent. 3. Pip stared up at the girl standing in front of her, squinting against the low sun. It was the blonde girl, the one who looked like the leader of the garden clique. She'd been watching them from a distance, and then suddenly got on her bike and cycled towards them with some urgency. "Hi." "Hi," said Pip. "Have you just moved in?" the girl asked in a flat monotone. "No," said Grace. "We moved in last month." "Oh, right. Haven't seen you before. Who are you?" "I'm Pip." "Pip?" She nodded. "Is that your real name?" Pip blinked. "Seriously? You're called Pip?" She felt her cheeks fill with warm blood. "It's her nickname," said Grace. "Short for Pipsqueak. What we called her when she was a baby." "So, what's your real name?" The blonde girl stared at her impatiently, as if this conversation had been going on for long enough, even though she'd been the one who'd started it. "Lola," she said. "God, that's a much nicer name. Why don't you ask to be called that instead?" Grace spoke for her again. "The woman next door where we used to live had a really yappy dog called Lola. It put us all off." "But still," she said, "you don't live there anymore. You could change it back now." Pip shrugged. She still thought of the yappy dog when she thought of Lola. She still thought of the woman next door, and the thing that had happened. And besides, she'd always been Pip. She was Pip. The girl stood astride her bike, a big black thing with gears. Her fine blonde hair was tucked behind one double-pierced ear. Her thin hands gripped the handlebars possessively. She wore denim shorts with pocket bags hanging out, and a grey sweatshirt that was as wide as it was long. She had narrow feet in bright white Converse and blunt-cut fingernails. "What's your name, then?" Pip asked her. "Tyler." "Tyler, like the boy's name?" "Yeah." Pip nodded. She looked like a Tyler. "Where'd you live?" asked Tyler. "That flat there," said Grace. Tyler nodded again. "Where'd you go to school?" "Mount Elizabeth." "Are you twins?" She narrowed her eyes at them. "No." "You look like twins. You sure you're not twins?" "Positive," said Grace. "I know someone at Mount Elizabeth. She says you're allowed to smoke. Is that true?" "No." Or maybe she said swear. Are you allowed to swear? "I don't think so." Pip tried to think of something to say, but Tyler had lost interest and was scouring the gardens from left to right. She stopped when she saw a boy in the distance. Then she pressed her feet to the pedals and propelled the huge bike across the garden towards him, her hair blowing out behind her. Pip watched for a while. It was the good-looking boy, the tall one with bobbly, golden-tipped afro hair and green eyes. The boy's gaze fixed onto Tyler. Pip watched him pull off his school tie and absent-mindedly roll it into a ball which he tucked into the pocket of his posh school blazer. Tyler said something to him and dismounted from the bike. Then they walked slowly in the opposite direction, towards the square of benches at the furthest end of the garden, Tyler wheeling the bike, the boy strolling with his hands in his pockets, the pair of them deep in conversation. Pip and Grace looked at one another. Grace shrugged. What was that all about? Maybe she was just being friendly. Grace shook her head. Weird. She's pretty. Skinny, said Grace dismissively. I guess. Pip stared into the anemone-shaped head of a clover flower growing by her feet. She pinched it between her thumb and index finger, and then brought the honey smell to her nose. A sharp breeze circled the half-moon of the garden, feathering the tendrils of weeping willows, biting through the wool of Pip's jumper. The last slice of setting sun fell behind a chimney stack, and the temperature dropped. I'm going in, said Grace. Me too. Pip turned briefly to look at Tyler and the boy again. They were sitting side by side on a bench. The bike lay flat on the grass, its back wheels still turning lazily. Tyler's legs were pulled up into her body, and the boy was laughing at something she'd said. Pip wondered how old he was, where he lived, if they were boyfriend and girlfriend. As she watched, the back gate of one of the flats across the lawn opened, and 3 tall, thin girls emerged, one after the other. It was the strange sisters with the weird hair. They walked in height order, loosely, scuffing at the gravel on the path with old sneakers. The smallest one picked up her pace as she neared Tyler, and the boy. The other 2 trailed behind. And then, virtually telepathically, they arranged themselves into a horseshoe huddle around the bench, a silent choreography. Pip saw Tyler nod in their direction. The boy and the sisters all turned to look at them, and then they looked away again. Come on, said Grace. I'm cold. Pip followed her big sister back across the lawn and down the gravelled path that led to their back gate. And as she did so, she heard the garden whisper in their wake. It talked to itself about the things it knew, the secrets it held close within its pathways and crannies, its bowers and corners. It whispered about the people who lived behind the closed doors, and the insular group of children on the bench, and of the days yet to come when the warmth of summer would bring it all back to life. Claire watched her girls through the kitchen window. It was the first time they'd gone out into the garden without her, just to hang out. She'd seen a young girl come and talk to them, hard-faced, pretty. It had looked like something of an interrogation, not exactly friendly. Then the girl had cycled away and joined up with her little gang at the other end of the garden. 3 slightly alternative-looking girls who looked like sisters, and a tall mixed-race boy in a dark school uniform. She saw her girls now, casting backward glances at the gang on the benches, then heading back indoors. The sun was getting low. She saw Grace hugging herself to keep warm. It was nearly 5 o'clock. Time to think about tea. "What do you fancy?" she asked, meeting her daughters at the back door. "I can do spaghetti with peas." The girls dropped their garden froid d'oeuvre as they came indoors and said yum and yes please. Spaghetti and peas, a favourite family staple, and cheap too, which was just as well now that Claire was living off a finite sum of money. The girls joined her in the small kitchen where they sat side by side on bar stools at the breakfast bar. Hard to tell them apart sometimes, especially when they were seated and you couldn't see the 2-inch difference in height. The same big square faces and almond eyes, the same mass of brown curls and bright hazel irises. They both looked just like him, just like their dad. "So," said Claire, bunching raw spaghetti into her fist and forcing it down into a pan of boiling water. "Did you see anyone out there?" "A girl came and talked to us," said Pip. "She's called Tyler." "Oh," said Claire. "Was she nice?" "Not really," said Pip. "Bit of a bitch," said Grace. "Oh," said Claire again, prodding stray sticks of spaghetti under the surface of the water with a fork. "That's a shame. By the way, I forgot to tell you. Your onesies came today, from Next. They're in the hallway. But don't rip the bag open," she yelled after Pip, who was already halfway out of the door, "in case we have to send them back." Pip brought the parcel through, and together the girls pulled out the clear plastic bags. Pip handed Grace the one in her size, and then they both tried them on. Claire watched her girls undressing, absorbed their shapes, broad and strong, already dipping at the waist. Grace in her junior bra, Pip still flat-chested. The pronounced S-bends of their bodies, and the small, doughy tummies that neither girl was as yet at all concerned about. Their father's bodies, too, not Claire's. Claire had been a painfully skinny child, flat-chested well into her teens, and was still slight and bordering on bony. It would not be long, she mused, until both her girls towered over her, until they could carry her around like a child. They zipped up their onesies and stood before her, striking poses to make her laugh. "You both look adorable," she said, pulling open the freezer door. "Like lovely, overgrown babies." The day became dark, and Claire began the process of pulling shut the blinds and curtains, of running a bath for the girls, stacking the dishwasher. The girls, clean and glowing in their onesies, doing their homework side by side, the sound of the TV going on, a mug of chamomile, and all 3 of them together, warm and safe in their tiny flat. At 9:30 she came to kiss the girls good night. They were reading by the pale light of table lamps, Grace leaning against her bedhead, her knees brought up to her chest, Pip curled fetal style with her book held on its side. Pip glanced up at her and smiled, but there was something brittle about the upturn of her mouth, and Claire realized that she was on the verge of tears. "When can we see Daddy?" Pip asked. Claire sighed and brushed Pip's forehead with the palm of her hand. "I truly don't know." "When will you reply to my letters?" "I really and truly don't know." Grace lifted her head from her book and peered disdainfully at Pip over the top of her knees. "Why do you keep going on about it? I mean, seriously, he's just scary. I don't care if I never see him again." Claire sighed again. They were treading familiar ground. "I want to go to see the house," said Pip. "Oh, God." Claire pushed Pip's hair off her forehead. "I really don't think—" "Please, please, Mum, I'll go on my own." "Don't be silly, you can't go there on your own. You wouldn't even know how to get there." "Yes, I do. I get the bus." "I really don't think you'd want to see the house, Pip. I think it's too early." "But why?" Pip was crying now. "I want to, Mum. I want to see the house, please." Claire exhaled deeply and took Pip into her arms. She felt her shuddering and shivering inside her embrace. For days and days on end they could act like everything was normal, like they were on a lovely little adventure together. And then the reality of their situation would crash through the facade, and they'd emerge like a straggle of pile-up survivors crawling from the wreckage. "Fine," she whispered into Pip's hot ear. "Fine. We'll go after school tomorrow." "I'm not going," said Grace. "I never want to see that place again. I never even want to think about it." Claire dropped her face onto the crown of Pip's head. She kissed her hard, breathed her in. What was worse, denial or fascination? She didn't know. "Do you promise?" said Pip, looking up at Claire through wet eyelashes. "Yes, I promise. We'll go straight from school." "But Pip, be prepared for a nasty shock." Pip nodded her head against Claire's chest, tightened her arms around her waist, whispered, "Thank you." The house was still shrouded in scaffolding and plastic sheeting. It looked monstrous between the immaculate houses on either side. The insurers still hadn't settled, and given the circumstances, it was possible they never would. It was possible, in fact, that their beautiful house might sit shamefully like this forever. Pip's hold on her hand tightened. "It looks scary," she said. "It is scary," said Grace. She'd come in the end. At breakfast time she'd said, "It would be weird if you two had seen it and I hadn't. I don't want to, but I think I have to." "Do you remember—" Pip began, but she didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to, because they all remembered, painfully, clearly. The late autumn night when the three of them had walked home from dinner at a local restaurant and found their house ablaze, their father standing on the pavement in his scuba diving suit, waving his arms towards the flames, shouting out profanities and nonsense, his eyes wild with madness. Claire pushed open the metal gate, and the girls followed her up the path towards what used to be the front hallway. She pulled back the plastic sheeting and swallowed hard. There it was, her home. A charred, buckled, disfigured nightmare. Luckily they'd had a joint account, she and Chris. Luckily everything Chris earned as an independent documentary maker was paid straight into their bank account and was easily accessible. But it wasn't infinite. It would run out one day. And then what? Claire had no skills, no work experience. She could get a job at the school like some of the other mums, but that wouldn't cover rent in central London. That wouldn't keep the three of them fed and clothed. So she eked it out, pound by pound, and hoped that at some point, before it ran out, Chris would be well enough to work again. The girls pushed open the front door. The ceilings were propped up here and there by long scaffolding poles. Claire could barely remember what they'd lost now. She saw blackened lumps of furniture that meant nothing to her anymore. "I hate this, Mum," said Grace. "Can we go now?" "No," said Pip. "Not yet. I want to see it properly." She walked ahead purposefully, looking this way and that, as though evaluating the situation, as though preparing a report. Grace turned sharply towards Claire when Pip was out of earshot and said, "Why did you marry someone who was mad, Mum?" Claire swallowed. Neither of her girls had ever used the M-word before to talk about their father. She told them it was politically incorrect, that their father was mentally ill. She resisted the urge to reprimand Grace for the transgression and said, "I didn't know he was." "Yeah, you did." "Well, I didn't know how deep it ran. I didn't know how bad it would get. I thought it was a phase." "You thought you could save him." "What?" "You thought you could save him," she repeated. Claire blinked at her eldest daughter. "Where on earth did you get that from?" Grace shrugged. "Nowhere," she said. "I just think it." What did a 12-year-old girl know about the intricacies of adult relationships? Claire wondered. And was she right? "I wish I had a different dad," Grace said. "Oh, Grace, that's so unfair." "No, it's not unfair, it's true. I wish I had a normal dad." "But then you wouldn't exist, you and Pip. You wouldn't be here." "Yeah, well, I wouldn't know, would I? So it wouldn't matter." Pip appeared then, looking pale and shaken. She turned to face the door. "Can we go now? I've seen enough." Claire watched as her daughter strode past her and through the front door. She and Grace followed behind. Pip did not speak the whole way back down Fitzjohn's Avenue, and when they got home she headed straight into her bedroom, without saying a word.
Dear Daddy, Mum took us to see the house yesterday. It was my idea. I thought it would make me feel better, but it didn't. All I could think was that it was like a nightmare. All of this was like a nightmare. I tried not to think about it, tried to pretend that it wasn't you on the pavement that night, just some crazy man we don't know. Usually that works. But yesterday, it all felt really real again, like it had only just happened. At the house, I went into the kitchen. The table and chairs were still there. They looked like they'd been painted black. There was a vase of flowers on the table. The vase was black and so were the flowers. Everything was black. It looked like it had all been cut out of black paper, like one of those silhouette books, except for one thing. The calendar on the wall. The one with the photos of me and Grace on all the months. It was just hanging there, like nothing had ever happened. And it was stuck on November. It was a photo of me and Grace on the terrace in that house we stayed at in Turkey last year, in our pyjamas, and we looked so happy. And there was stuff written on it, stuff that was going to happen that week. And one of the things was that we were going to go to the animal rescue centre to look at kittens. And I know it's not like everything was perfect before that night. I do know that, but things can't have been so bad if we'd been thinking about getting a kitten. And now I don't suppose we'll ever get a kitten, because only normal families get kittens. And we're not one of those anymore. I can't write any more today because I'm feeling too weird. I still love you, though. Pipsqueak.
4. Do you want the bad news or the really bad news? Leo stood in front of her by the hob, his mobile phone in his hand, looking sheepish. Adele tapped a lump of mashed potato off the masher and stared at him. Oh, God. It was going to be something to do with his father. She had guessed by the tone of his voice. The very particular flatness of it, as though he was talking in his sleep. He's coming to stay. Oh, God! She poured more milk into the mashed potatoes and stirred them hard. When? Well, that's the first instalment of bad news. The second is, he's on his way. Now. What? He's just landed at Heathrow. He said he'd been trying to call for days. I reckon he'll be here in about an hour and a half, maybe less. You are kidding me. Why? Oh, Christ, something to do with a hospital appointment, some kind of operation. I didn't really catch the detail. Adele envisaged her spare room full of Gordon and his things. And not just that, but an ill Gordon. A Gordon with dressings and medications and tiresome requirements around the clock. Tell me Affy's coming, please. It doesn't sound like it. Oh, Jesus Christ, why not? I don't know, he didn't say. There were tannoys going off in the background, and I just wanted to get him off the phone before he asked me to come and pick him up. It was 6:48. The girls were in the living room with their new friends from the garden, the tall sisters with the curly hair. Dinner was almost ready. She'd intended to invite the two sisters to stay. The 5 girls seemed to be getting on so well together, and it was the first night of the May half-term, and the evening air was warm around the edges, and the sky was still blue. And she'd been going to suggest they could put on a movie after dinner, and have a kind of sleepover without the sleepover. But now she'd have to ask the sisters to leave. They'd all have to scoff down their supper, and then be on best behaviour for the arrival of the man the girls called Puppy, though he was far from adorable. She'd have to clear out the spare room of all her teaching stuff, and find fresh towels and, oh, God, send someone out for cow's milk, because he wouldn't countenance the almond milk they drank at home, and some white bread because he claimed bread with bits in it was a pneumonia risk. Gordon Howes. Horrible old pervert. His first words to her had been, "Your cups runneth over, young lady," as he peered down her dress and into her cleavage. He was a handsome man, taller then than Leo, with the same head of thick dark hair and chocolatey eyes. But even back then, when he was still only in his 50s, he'd had the porous red nose and rheumy eyes of the heavy spirit drinker, and the swollen, overhanging belly of a man who enjoyed rich late-night suppers in fabled London restaurants where the staff knew him by name. He had diabetes now, and apparently his feet looked like rotten cauliflowers. But in his time he had been a force of nature, a sex-fueled party animal and carouser. His reputation still lived on in the garden. "Oh, Gordon," people would say, and then regale her with some terrible tale of breast-fumbling or skirt-lifting or bum-cupping. And according to this reportage, age hadn't been much of a barrier to Gordon's attentions. 15 or 50, it didn't seem to matter as long as there was something to grab hold of. And now here was Adele, forcing a £5 note into her eldest daughter's hand, saying, "Go quickly, you need to get Puppy some milk and some bread. And oh," even though he didn't need it, did not deserve it, "one of those Mr. Kipling chocolate cake things he likes, you know, with all the layers." She'd seen him devour a whole one of those in an evening last time he was here. Every 10 minutes or so, stretching himself from the sofa, as if about to go somewhere, Adele or Leo saying, "Everything okay? Can I get you something?" And Gordon, crumbs of cake still embedded in the cracks around his mouth, saying, "Thought I might just sneak another bit of that delicious cake." "We're killing him," Adele had whispered loudly to Leo in the kitchen, as they slid the last slice of cake off its cardboard bottom and onto Gordon's plate. "Yes," Leo had whispered back. "I know." A taxi drew up on the curb beyond their front door, exactly an hour from Gordon's phone call. They all glanced at each other in panic, all apart from Willow, who had no truck with her puppy, and couldn't understand why everyone else was getting so worked up. The taxi's engine rattled and banged, matching Adele's heart rate. Then there was the sound of the taxi door being slammed shut, a cheery farewell from the taxi driver. For all his many faults, Gordon was an excellent tipper. And the ominous rumble of suitcase wheels up the front path. Nobody moved until the doorbell rang. "Hello, Dad." "Hello, hello, Christ, hello." Adele pasted on a smile and popped her head around the kitchen door into the hallway. "Hello, Gordon," she said smoothly. "Yes," said Gordon. "Hello." He looked worse than ever. He was bursting out of a red linen blazer and a mint-green shirt splattered with whatever he'd had to eat on the plane. In one hand was his stick, a gnarled African thing, carved from wood with a bird's head on the top. In the other was the handle of his case, a vast battered affair, held together in places with parcel tape, and a bulging bag of duty-free that clattered together like a milk float. His awful feet were encased in oversized green rubber Crocs, and he was wearing a peaked leather cap on his head, of the type favoured by men in 1970s gay bars. "Christ," he muttered, "I need to sit down. Dear Christ, let me sit down." Leo snatched his suitcase and his duty-free, and Adele held open the door to the living room. He lumbered past her and landed on the nearest chair, not noticing the dog asleep on it. "What the bloody hell?" He peered behind his bulky self at the animal he'd almost killed and said, "Was this here last time I came?" The dog leapt from the back of the chair and ran to the kitchen to soothe itself with food. "We've had him for 8 years." "Have you? Good grief." He pulled off his odd leather cap and stroked his dyed brown hair back into place. He grimaced, and then seemed to remember himself. He smiled from granddaughter to granddaughter and said, "Now, let me see. You all look so similar and you've all got those bloomin' flower fairy names, but I'm pretty sure that this is Fern." He pointed at Willow and winked. Willow shook her head. "Then you must be Willow, and you— oh, my goodness, look at the size of you. You must be Fern." Fern nodded shyly. "Good grief, you were a child last time I saw you, and now you're, well, remarkable. And catkin, taller than your mother now. Taller than your father, too, probably." He turned and chuckled over his shoulder at Leo, who at 5'10" had historically been the smallest of the Howe's men. Nobody had yet been brave enough to point out to Gordon that he had shrunk substantially, and Leo was now a good inch taller than him. "Extraordinary," he nodded, smiling blandly at the three girls. "Like trees. Like bloody trees." Adele fetched Gordon a mug of tea and a slice of the chocolate cake. "This hasn't got that god-awful fake milk in it, has it?" he asked in his raspy, big bad wolf voice as she passed him the mug. "No," she said, "proper gold top." "Good," he said, "good." He put the tea and the cake on a side table and twisted awkwardly to remove his linen blazer. The golden lining was torn in places and stained with old sweat. Adele took the jacket from him gingerly and retreated to the hallway to hang it up. "Put it on a hanger, will you, Mrs. H?" he boomed after her. Mrs. H. It was what he'd called Leo's mother and what he now called Affy. Adele sucked her breath in deep and hard. She found a hanger and slipped the ancient old jacket onto it. "Please," she thought, "please let this just be one night." In the living room she could hear Gordon regaling Leo and the girls with the details of the sub-par service he'd experienced at the hands of cabin crew on the way here. "Bloody 15-year-old puffs and dollybirds, not a brain cell among them." The dog sat by her feet and she patted his head. "I know, Scout, I know. Maybe we didn't feed him enough cake last time, eh? Maybe we should have bought 2. Dusk was falling on the gardens as Claire came to her back gate and peered across the lawn. She saw the mixed race boy on his bike, a blur on the path behind her. The girls had told her he was called Dylan. Tall for his age, tawny skin, green eyes, and a way about him. Grace was besotted, and even Pip was in the throes of some kind of pre-teen crush, even if she didn't know it yet. Dylan was the same age as Grace, apparently, and went to one of the many private boys' schools in the area, the ones housed in converted Victorian mansions, which had little liveried buses to take them up the hill to the village and bring them back down again. Another whiz of rubber against gravel. This time it was the girl called Tyler. She was wearing cut-off dungarees over a cropped T-shirt, her fine blonde hair in plaits, windows of pale flesh exposed on her narrow waist with every turn of the wheels. She stood against the pedals, wiry, muscled legs, pushing hard to catch up with Dylan at the top of the hill. Claire appraised them. They seemed worldly for children their age. The way they patrolled these gardens for hours on end, often long after dark, never seeming to eat, never seeming to sleep, as if they inhabited a world without grown-ups. She remembered something her mother had said when she'd come to see the flat for the first time. "You won't be able to let the girls out here on their own, you know." She thought it a ridiculous statement of paranoia at the time. But as she wound her way through the so-called jungle, the secret garden, the rose garden, the playground, and the network of paths that ran along the demi-lune perimeter of the garden, without any sign of her children, she began to wonder if her mother might have been right. She glanced at the time on her wristwatch. 6:58. She took the outer path again, this time peering into the back windows of her neighbours' houses. She saw people laying tables for dinner, changing babies' nappies, reading papers, staring into laptops, reaching to put things into tall cupboards. She saw a woman standing in a bath towel, eating a chicken drumstick, while staring at the 7 o'clock news. She saw a child scoop up a cat and kiss its neck. She saw 2 men side by side on a sofa with matching beards, eating their dinner off wooden trays. And then, as she passed one of the big flats in the centre of the crescent, the ones with the 12-foot windows and big south-facing terraces, she saw a golden dog lying stretched out on its stomach, with its legs splayed out around him, like a collapsed table. He got to his feet when he noticed Claire looking at him, and came to greet her at the garden gate. She crouched to his level and offered him her hand to smell. Through the open windows, Claire could see into a huge rectangular living room patterned with yellow chinoiserie wallpaper, walls hung with unusual art, a 70s-style glass chandelier, a giant modular sofa upholstered in patchwork fabrics, and there, for all the world as if they lived there, she saw her daughters sitting on it. She rose to her feet and stared incredulously. She felt disarmed, like unexpectedly encountering her reflection in a shop window. Her children, in a stranger's house. As she looked, she saw more children. It was the other sisters, the wild-looking ones who didn't ever seem to go to school, the ones whom her own girls had declared weird. Yet here they were, ensconced in their living room, looking delighted to be there. Pip looked across and caught Claire's eye. Her face opened up into a smile. She waved and came to the door. But Grace glanced at her furiously and shook her head. It was code for "keep away." It meant she was having a good time and did not want it to end. "Pip," Claire said, "I've been looking everywhere for you." As she said this, the living room door opened and the girl's mother walked into the room. She wore a clingy black t-shirt dress with a scooped neck and lots of ethnic jewellery. She looked cross and anxious. She said something to her daughters, and then she noticed Claire and smiled. "You must be psychic," she sang, coming to the door. "I was just coming in to tell them they should probably head home, because you'd be getting worried." She tossed her head back and laughed. She had those teeth, those big white teeth, that looked as though they could withstand anything, and one of those full mouths that was naturally red. She was an attractive woman, sexy and earthy, maybe even a bit dirty. A man walked into the room then and stood behind her. He was attractive in the same way as her. His body was strong and rangy, his face open and honest, his mouth full, his teeth white, his hair thick and tousled. He wore a sludge-green linen shirt with the sleeves pushed up, and a pair of stone-coloured shorts. He had a tan and bare feet. They introduced themselves. She was Adele, he was Leo. They'd love to invite her in for wine, but they'd just found out they had an unexpected house guest on the way, and it was such a shame because they'd been about to suggest the girls could stay for dinner, and they could all watch a movie together. But never mind, maybe next time. They've all been having such a nice time together. And where is it you live? Oh, the terrace. Lovely. They were distracted but friendly, and a minute later Adele and the girls were heading back to the flat. "Seriously, you two, you can't do that. You can't just disappear. Or if you do, at least take your phones with you." "But we weren't expecting it," said Pip. "We didn't know they were going to ask us to come inside. We didn't know we were going to stay for so long." "Oh, God, their flat is so cool," said Grace. "It's like massive, and they've all got huge bedrooms, and get this, they're homeschooled. Yeah, their mum teaches them, and the younger two have never been to school in their lives. Yeah, and they go on spontaneous trips to museums, or, say, if they're learning about World War II, their mum takes them to, like, Normandy for the night to look at the soldiers' graves. Yeah, or once she took them to Berlin to look at where the wall was for a project they were doing. And they can go on holiday whenever they want. Like, literally. You know, like they can wake up in the morning and go, oh, it's a nice day, why don't we drive down to the seaside? Or go to Thorpe Park. Yeah. So they're not so weird after all. Yeah, well, they are quite weird, said Pip. Yes, agreed Grace. They are a bit. In what way? Claire opened the back gate and let the girls go ahead of her. I dunno, said Grace. They just are. But nice. Yeah, Grace shrugged. They're nice. Friends? Pip nodded and Grace shrugged again. Maybe, said Pip. Yeah, maybe, said Grace. And what about their mum and dad? What did you think of them? Nice, said Pip. Yes, Grace agreed. I really like them. They're really good with kids." "Good with kids?" Claire laughed dryly. She'd never been good with kids. Not in that playing at their level way. She was good at looking after kids, and good at talking to kids, and good at loving kids, and good at putting her kids' needs before hers. But she'd never been good at playing or mucking about, chucking about, running about, role play, imaginative play. That was why she'd had her babies so close together, company for each other. "Yeah," said Grace. "It's like they're both really in touch with their inner child." She thought of Chris when they'd first met. She'd had children with him young because he'd had that air about him, that air of innocence and naivety. She'd pictured him in her mind's eye, leaving her to sleep on Saturday mornings, disappearing for hours with their brood of grubby, wild-haired children to have unplanned adventures, returning home later than intended, muddy, pink-cheeked and full of secrets. She'd thought he'd be their playmate. How wrong she'd been. "What's the dad like?" she asked, thinking of the smooth-skinned man with the dazzling smile. "He's really, really, really nice," said Grace with surprising enthusiasm. Claire arched an eyebrow. "Really, really, really nice?" She saw her daughter's face flush pink. But Grace didn't say a word. 5. It was a sunny afternoon, almost warm. Pip had put on a dress, a short one from New Look with a skater skirt. Grace was wearing a loose t-shirt and high-waisted leggings. They both had ponytails. And Grace, Pip had not been able to help but notice, was wearing mascara. There was an unspoken but concentrated effort from both of them to look nonchalant as they headed across the lawn towards the group of children sitting on the benches at the top of the hill. This was all still new. Although they'd hung out at the sisters' flat on Friday night, that didn't mean they were automatically accepted into the gang. There was still a long way to go. Tyler noticed them first. Pip went to put her hand up in greeting, but Grace held it firmly down by her side. Nobody said hello as they approached the group, but Willow inched across the bench she was sitting on so that Pip could sit down, and Catkin turned and smiled. Pip glanced curiously at the other person. He was standing next to Dylan, wearing earphones attached to an iPod. He was very tall, at least 6 foot, if not more, and he was sort of funny-looking. He seemed too old to be one of the gang, probably about 25, but also too young to be an adult. No one introduced him or explained him, and he didn't seem to be at all interested in either of them. They were discussing the sisters' grandfather, the one who'd been about to arrive when they were there on Friday night. "Our granddad has to have one of his feet amputated," Willow whispered in her ear. Pip recoiled. "Ugh." "Yeah, it's all swollen up and bleeding, and his little toe's gone black, and they told him in Africa they'd have to amputate it, and he said, 'No way, you're not cutting my bloody foot off,' and he came to London because he thought they'd say they didn't need to cut his foot off, but they do." "Yeah, and he's so pissed off," said Catkin. "And it means he has to stay here for, a whole week." "Maybe more," added Fern. "And Mum's in a really bad mood." "We're all in a really bad mood," said Catkin with a roll of her eyes. The tall man with the iPod made a strange noise just then, and moved jerkily from foot to foot. Pip saw Dylan put a gentle hand on his arm and say, "You all right, Rob?" The man called Rob nodded, over-emphatically, and adjusted the plugs in his ears. Another boy appeared then, a boy Pip had seen around, red-haired, younger than the rest of them, probably about 8 or 9. He was holding a football. "Want to kick a ball?" he said to Dylan, flicking his ginger fringe out of his eyes. Dylan said, "Yeah, okay." The boy turned to Tyler. "You?" Dylan and Tyler both nodded. Then Willow was on her feet, and then Catkin. Soon it was just Fern and the tall man with the iPod left at the benches with Pip and Grace. Fern was the middle of the 3 sisters. She was the quietest and the strangest. Her hair was shaved above her ears, and she had a whole row of tiny sleepers arced along one of her ears that looked quite painful. She always had weird stuff written on her hands, and picked the skin around her fingernails until her nail beds bled. Her eyes were really big, almost too big for her face, and slightly red-rimmed, as though she was constantly on the verge of tears. And she carried a piece of cream silk with her all the time, that she ran across her top lip, obsessively. She sat now, with her knees pulled up to her chest, watching the others, as they scuffed the football around, picking at her fingernails, rubbing the piece of silk. Then suddenly Dylan turned to them and called out, "Grace, Pip, you playing?" Pip felt her heart fill with blood and throb beneath her ribs. She turned to Grace. They nodded at one another and then at Dylan. Pip couldn't play football. She didn't even like football. But she didn't care. Dylan knew their names. He knew their names and he'd asked them to play. She could feel the nervous energy coming off her big sister in waves. It was coming off her, too, coming off her so strong she was scared someone else might be able to see it. She saw Tyler steal a look at her and then give the same look to Grace. Then she saw Tyler and Fern exchange a strange look. She ignored the smoke signals, beamed at Dylan, and ran towards the ball. She didn't even know where the goal was. She just knew this was sink or swim, and if she wanted to be part of this gang, she needed to get her feet wet.
Dear Daddy, today we played with the gang, at last. It all started on Friday. We were out in the garden after school. The sisters were out there, and then it started to rain a bit, so they went inside. And then the youngest one, who's also the friendliest one, Willow, said, "Why don't you come in? They have the best apartment on the garden." Totally. It's massive and all the rooms are huge, and we were there for the whole afternoon until 7 o'clock. They've got a really nice dog called Scout, and Willow's got a chinchilla in her room called Chester, and her sister Fern's got 2 rats called Kurt and Courtney, and they are all homeschooled. They're about the luckiest kids in the whole world. Anyway, Willow is really nice, except she never ever stops talking or moving. But the middle sister, Fern, is kind of strange. I think she might be depressed, or maybe even a bit autistic. Their oldest sister, Catkin, she's okay. A bit full of herself, thinks because she's the oldest of the gang that she knows everything, and that we should all kind of worship her. So it's not like they're the greatest girls ever in the world or anything. But it's good to have got in with them, because they know the other children in the garden. So, this morning, me and Grace went outside, and they were all there, and this boy called Dylan, who I think Grace is in love with, but don't tell her I said that. She'd kill me. Asked us to play football. It was so much fun. I even scored a goal, and all the kids rushed over and picked me up. Well, all of them except Tyler. I think she hates us. She's Dylan's best friend. They've been best friends since they were babies, apparently. Willow told me that Tyler used to walk around the garden when she was a toddler screaming Dylan's name for hours. Didn't stop until Dylan's mum brought him out. Everyone in the garden thought it was really cute and funny. And they went to the same nursery together, and they were in the same class at primary school for a while too. But Dylan got a bursary to go to a private school in year 3 because he's so clever. I think Tyler's a bit neglected. That's what Willow says anyway. Her mum doesn't look after her properly. That's why she's always outside, because there's nothing for her at home. Oh, and there's this other boy in the gang today, except he's not a boy. He's 26. And guess what? He's Dylan's big brother. He's called Robbie, and he's learning disabled and special needs, and he lives in a residential care home most of the time, but he comes home for holidays and stuff. He's kind of weird, but not scary weird. Just like he's in his own little world. Dylan really loves him. Dylan really looks out for him. You know, I think Dylan is about the nicest boy I've ever met. Apart from you, of course. Love you, Dad. When are you coming home? Your pipsqueak.
Mrs. H? Adele paused mid-thought, and raised her face to the air like a squirrel hearing an acorn fall. Except this was no acorn. It was her enormous, soon-to-be one-footed father-in-law. The girls were still on half-term, and Adele had been planning to spend the week editing a neighbour's memoirs. Rhea from the second-floor flat in the block in the corner. 84 years old. A Holocaust survivor from Hungary. Rhea remembered Leo and his brothers as babies. Her own babies were already grandparents. And she shared her flat with her 19-year-old grandson, whom she referred to as her roomie. Adele had been greedily awaiting this break from teaching the girls, but instead of spending her days sitting out on the terrace with a mug of tea and Rhea's manuscript, she was spending it tending to the needs of an old man with a very painful foot. The foot itself, well, she didn't want to dwell too long on the physical reality of the thing. How he could have got from Bangui via Casablanca on a combined 13-hour flight, with a foot that was virtually rotten to the core, and with at least one gangrenous toe, she had no idea. His wife, a former nurse, had been tending to his foot at home. But his wife's mother was having cancer treatment, and as much as Gordon had probably tried to bully and cajole Affie into travelling with him, she hadn't been able to. Adele had already said there was no way she was even going to look at the foot again, let alone touch it. So they'd arranged for a private hospital to send a nurse twice a day to dress it and medicate him. But in between times, and while they awaited confirmation for the operation date, Adele was playing nurse. She put down her mug and turned to look through the patio doors. Gordon was stretched out on the sofa, covered with a blanket, one hand in a packet of Cadbury's eclairs, the other on the remote control. He was peering out of the window, and as Adele walked into the room, he said, "Ah, Mrs. H, you came, thank God." Adele forced a smile. "What can I do for you, Gordon?" "Well, first of all, you can show me how to get this blasted TV to show me something that isn't a load of middle-aged hags screaming about who does or doesn't do the housework." He flapped the remote at the television, which was showing Loose Women. "And secondly—" He adjusted his position slightly and winced. "I'm afraid I do rather need to visit the bathroom again. If you wouldn't mind just giving me a hand out of this thing." He gestured at the sofa and grimaced. Adele's teeth ground together with the effort of looking pleasant. "No problem." She offered Gordon her shoulder, wrapped her arm around his back, and used her spare hand to pull him up by the elbow. He puffed and gasped. "Christ!" he hissed, finding his balance. "Christ!" He leaned against Adele for a moment. She gripped his elbow, helping steady him. Then she passed him his stick. He took it from her and sighed. "Never thought it would come to this, Mrs. H," he said sadly. "Really, never did." Then he brightened a degree, turned to look out of the window at the communal gardens, smiled and said, "Some of the best years of my life out there. All those endless summers in the 70s. The little ones running about, everyone up to God knows what. Did I ever tell you about the girl who streaked across the lawn with a lampshade on her head? Nobody did ever work out who it was." He chuckled, caressing the wooden bird on his stick. "Whatever happened to that lovely girl? What was her name? Little blonde thing. Mother was the headmistress of the girls' school up the road." "Cecilia?" "Yes." He clicked his fingers. "Cecilia, that was the one. Pretty, pretty little thing. Whatever happened to her, I wonder?" "She still lives here," said Adele. "Her mum's in a home now, but Cecilia still lives in the same flat. And she's got a daughter now, same age as Fern. Tyler." His gaze turned to the window again. He licked his dry lips. "Lovely girl," he murmured. He turned slowly and headed towards the bathroom, shuffling in his huge slippered feet, pausing every now and then to let the pain subside, singing creakily under his breath as he went, "Cecilia, you're breaking my heart. You're shaking my confidence daily," giving a showgirl kick at the doorway and wiggling his large bottom just once before disappearing. "Good morning, Mrs. Wilde. This is John Field. I'm my husband's treatment coordinator at St. Mungo's." Claire drew in her breath, fearing bad news. "I'm calling because things are progressing very well for Chris. We've been trying him on a brand new medication, and we're all completely amazed with the results. We'll set up a meeting later this week for everyone in Chris's team to talk about the future. Claire pulled herself up onto one of the kitchen bar stools and said, "Yes." "We were hoping you might want to come along." Claire felt silent for a moment. She'd kept her distance from Chris so assiduously these past few months that she'd almost forgotten she was allowed to be part of his life. "Not really. I mean, what's the likely outcome of this meeting?" "Well, the way things are looking right now and going forward, my recommendations will be very strongly geared towards starting a discharge program, towards getting him home." Home? She pulled her spine from a hump into a straight line. "Mrs. Wilde, your husband is doing remarkably well. He's responded so well to the medications that he's barely the same man who came in here 6 months ago." "But home? What home? I mean, you don't mean here?" "Well, if not with you, then another family member. Chris's mother, for example." She heard the sound of papers being moved about. "Susan Wilde." "But she lives in Switzerland." "Yes, right, I see. Anyone else, closer to home?" "No, I don't know. But I don't want him here under any circumstances." "I really think it might be a good idea for you to come and see him, Mrs. Wilde, to see how much has changed." "What?" "The man who set fire to his children's home without even knowing if they were in it or not." "Well, yes. And I understand, obviously, why you haven't been to see him. But I also know that his main objective every day since he's been here has been to get well enough to be accepted back into his family." Through the kitchen window, Claire could see the girls. As with almost every moment of this warm and sunny half-term week, they were with the gang at the other end of the garden. They suddenly seemed unimaginably far away, as though they were on a boat drifting far from shore. "And if he finds us, if he comes here?" "Please don't worry, Mrs. Wilde. Nothing bad is going to happen, I promise you. No one will give Chris your new address, and you will be absolutely safe. If that's what you want." He paused, as though waiting for her to say something. "Anyway," he said, after a moment, "I'll call again at the end of the week, let you know the outcome. But if everything goes according to plan, your husband will probably be discharged straight away." 6. Adele was standing at her back door, holding a large wooden board piled high with wholesome-looking muffins and bars. She shouted out her daughters' names, and then indicated that everyone was welcome to help themselves too. The whole gang trooped across the lawn and into the house's back garden. "Fresh out of the oven," said Adele, pouring out plastic beakers of elderflower cordial. Pip looked at the muffins and bars suspiciously. Were those raisins in there? And the bars looked as though they were full of seeds. She did not like seeds or raisins. "Help yourself, Pip," said Adele. Pip smiled. She didn't want to be rude. She picked up a muffin and tore off a small piece. Dylan and Tyler took their snacks to the swinging wicker chair in the corner of the patio and squeezed themselves together inside its bulb-shaped basket. Tyler hooked her legs across Dylan's lap. Crumbs from her muffin fell onto Dylan's legs, and she pushed them off, nonchalantly, with the side of her hand. Pip watched curiously, somewhat enviously. She couldn't imagine ever being like that with a boy, particularly a boy who wasn't her boyfriend. The three sisters sat in a row at the garden table, Adele at the far end with her arm draped across Catkin's shoulders. They were tribal somehow, Pip thought, distinguishable only by their different haircuts. "Sit down, girls," said Adele, smiling at Grace and Pip as though she thought they were quaint or amusing in some way. "Have some juice." Adele was wearing a long-sleeved dress with a black and red pattern on it and old black plimsolls. Her thick, dark hair was plaited and hanging over her shoulder. She had 3 holes in her left ear and a tiny pinprick golden stud in her nostril. The afternoon sun caught her cheekbones and the stud in her nose as she chatted with the children. And Pip thought she was one of the most beautiful mums she'd ever seen, particularly as she was quite old, at least 40, she reckoned. After they'd eaten the snacks, the children started to drift into Adele's flat. "Where's your granddad?" Tyler asked, looking about suspiciously. "Don't know," said Willow. "He's having a nap," said Adele, "so try not to be too noisy." Then she disappeared, leaving the children alone in the living room. The sisters arranged themselves across the enormous modular sofa, and Tyler and Dylan sat on the floor with their backs against the sofa edge, and the dog nestled between them. Pip squashed herself against Grace in an armchair and wondered what would happen next. The atmosphere felt strangely charged. Nobody was really talking. She wondered for a moment if it was something to do with them, if maybe they weren't supposed to be here. She was about to whisper into Grace's ear, "Shall we go?" when Tyler suddenly fixed them both with her chilly gaze and said, "Is it true that your dad set fire to your house?" Pip felt Grace's body stiffen. "Who told you that?" Tyler shrugged. "My mum. She said she saw you lot in Waitrose the other day, and she recognised your mum from the papers when it happened. Is it true?" Pip caught her breath and waited for her sister to reply. "No," said Grace a moment too late. "It's not true. Our dad's dead. Your mum's wrong." Tyler picked up her shoulders and said, "Whatever. I could always Google it." "Feel free," said Grace. "What's your dad called?" "I told you," said Grace. "He's dead." "Then what was he called?" Pip saw Dylan nudge Tyler hard with his elbow. Tyler threw him back a dirty look. "David," said Grace, again a beat too slow. "He was called David." Tyler nodded, unconvinced. "So is that why you moved here, then?" she continued. "'Cause your dad died?" "Yes," said Grace. "What did he die of?" "Cancer." "What kind?" "Lung." Tyler nodded again, then she got to her feet and said, "Can we go and play with the chinchilla, Wills?" Her manner was affectedly bored and offhand. She yawned. But though she was feigning ennui, it was obvious to Pip that she was rattled. After she and Willow had left the room, Dylan turned to Grace and said, "Sorry about that. She can be a bit—" "Yeah," agreed Grace. "What is her problem?" Catkin stalked across the room to the fruit bowl and picked up a plum. "She's jealous," she said, examining the plum in minute detail, turning it over and over in her hand before finally biting into it. Grace frowned. "What of?" "Jealous of everyone, really, but especially of you two." "What? Why?" "No particular reason, it's just, you know—" She waved the plum around the room in an arc. "This is her territory. You're the new cats." Pip and Grace exchanged a glance. "That's really silly," said Pip. "Yeah, well," said Dylan, getting to his feet and helping himself to a plum from the bowl as if this was his own home. "Tyler's got issues. I mean, her home life, it's quite difficult. She's very insecure." Pip couldn't work out if he was being defensive or explanatory. Either way, she felt strangely put out by the intimate tone of his explanation. There were infinite, impenetrable layers of shared history behind his words. A whole world that had nothing whatsoever to do with her or her sister. An emptiness opened up inside her, an out-of-placeness, and she felt almost as though she was about to cry. But just at that moment, they heard the front door bang shut, and a male voice, and then Leo burst into the room, and immediately the mood changed and the tension lifted. "Hello, cherubs!" He kissed Fern on the crown of her head and threw his arms around Catkin and spun her around. "Hello, Dylan, old man, how are you?" He greeted Dylan with a man-hug and a firm pat on the back, which Dylan appeared to relish. "And you two," he smiled from Grace to Pip and back again. "Apologies, I can't quite remember which is which. You're so similar." "Pip?" He pointed at Pip, and she nodded, blushed slightly, and Leo said, "Phew," wiping his forehead. "Where's Wills?" he asked then, looking around the room. "She's in her room with Tyler." "And Puppy?" "Sleeping," said Catkin. "How come you're home from work so early?" He flung himself down on the sofa beside Fern and kicked off his shoes. "I got bored," he said. "Kept thinking of my family all loafing about at home in the sunshine and couldn't bear not being part of it. So," he switched his attention to Pip and Grace, "how are you two getting on in our garden? Do you like it?" Pip nodded effusively. "It's really good," she said. "How about you, Grace? How do you like it here?" Grace shrugged and forced a smile. "It's okay," she said. "Good," he said. Then he slapped his hands onto his knees and said, "Right, well, I suppose I better go and check on dear old Puppy, make sure he's still all in one piece." "Or alive," said Catkin. Leo smiled. "Yes, that too." He left the room, and Pip saw Grace follow him with her eyes. She turned to see what her sister was seeing. A middle-aged man in coloured trousers and a rumpled blue shirt. Very slim. Nice brown hair, curls of which covered the nape of his neck. He walked with a looseness in his joints, as though his cartilage was made of rubber bands. He walked, she thought, like a teenager. "Can I use your toilet?" Pip asked Fern, suddenly curious to see what lay beyond the door of the living room. "Yeah, sure," said Fern. "It's in the hallway, by the front door." The hallway was high-ceilinged with grey-green walls and black and white encaustic floor tiles. The internal front door, with its panels of glowing stained glass, was ahead of her, and the kitchen to her right. "Hello, Pip," said Adele, who was sitting at the kitchen table, reading a pile of paper with a pen in her hand and black-framed reading glasses on. "You okay?" "Just going to the toilet," she said. "Oh, okay, but don't use the one in the hallway. It doesn't flush properly. Use the one in the bathroom, over there." She pointed at the other end of the hallway. "Second door on the right." "Thank you," Pip said, smiling widely. There were numerous doors off this part of the hallway. She peered through them as she passed. The first had walls painted dark red, curtains drawn, bed unmade. She heard the scratch of small claws against plastic, and thought it must be Fern's room. Opposite this was another bedroom. Here the curtains were open and there was a view across the gardens. A neatly made single bed, clothes hanging from a free-standing rail, inspirational posters on the wall, sunsets and dolphins. This must be Catkin's room. Then came the bathroom, and beyond that 3 more doors. Pip looked behind her, checking she was out of view of Adele sitting in the kitchen. The door at the far end was open, so she went and peered through the door. This was clearly the master bedroom, where Leo and Adele slept. Walls painted bright white, with a giant futon, colourful artwork, and family photos on the walls. An oversized linen light shade hanging from the ceiling, and a freestanding bath in the corner, with bottles of organic this and homeopath that unguents arranged on its sides. Hearing footsteps, she turned and quickly headed towards the bathroom. As she passed one of the closed doors, it opened, revealing a scene Pip hadn't expected to see. A child's bedroom. Pink walls, fluff-covered fairy lights, a heart-shaped rug on white floorboards, a basket of soft toys, a white wrought-iron bedstead with twists and flourishes, and there, on the bed, Leo, sitting side by side with Tyler, her hand inside his. Her head rested on his shoulder. Willow, who had opened the door, looked at Pip in surprise. "What are you doing?" she asked softly. "Looking for the bathroom." "Just there," she smiled, "next door down." And then Willow left her own bedroom, where her father sat hand in hand with her 13-year-old friend, and she pulled the door shut behind them.
Dear Daddy, I'm starting to think there's something not right about this garden. Seriously. Yesterday we went into the sister's flat again, but this time with all the gang. And first of all, Tyler was really rude to me and Grace. Well, particularly to Grace. She asked us if we were the girls whose dad burnt down their house, but she asked it in a really nasty way in front of everyone, and so Grace had to lie and say we weren't, but you could tell she didn't believe us, and then she stropped off. And then the sister's dad came home, and a few minutes later I went to use the bathroom, and when I walked past Willow's bedroom, he was sitting there on her bed holding hands with Tyler. I'm not lying, it was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. And she was all snuggled up next to him. And when Willow left her room, she closed the door behind her, like she was giving them both some privacy or something. Anyway, I was really freaked out and wanted to leave, but when I came back into the living room, Grace and Dylan were sitting next to each other, looking at something on Grace's phone and laughing, and I could tell that she was all excited to be sitting with Dylan and that she wouldn't want to come with me. So I just left. And after that, I walked around the garden on my own for ages, trying to work it all out in my head, like, why is Tyler so offish with me and Grace, and what the hell is going on with the sister's dad and Tyler, and what does Dylan's mum look like, and where does Tyler's mum live, and where are their dads, stuff like that. I walked past the halfway house. Mum says it's for women and their babies. I could hear a woman shouting at their child, and it made me sad. It made me wonder what it's like where you are. Is there a lot of shouting? Does it keep you awake at night? Are there scary people there? Do you get scared? I haven't seen you for 6 months, and now I'm starting to forget what you look like. Anyway, there was a woman sitting on a bench in one of the hidden-away corners. She was quite old and very thin, and she had a cat sitting next to her in a cat box. The door of the cat box was open, but the cat didn't try to get out. And when I looked in closer, I saw she had a huge rabbit on a lead by her feet. A real rabbit, not a toy one. So I couldn't help but smile, and she said it was okay to come and stroke the rabbit. He was called Fergus. He was so soft and calm. The woman said her name was Rhea, and that she'd lived on the garden since she was 15, and she was now 84. She said she'd seen everything there was to see, and then she said a strange thing. She said, best keep yourself to yourself in these gardens, don't get too involved. She said not to stroke the cat because he would bite. Then I saw the boy with the red hair. His name is Max. He was on his own, just kicking his football against the wall. He didn't say hello. I went into the rose garden. There was nobody in there, and I looked up the plaques on the benches. I noticed there was one for a girl called Phoebe. It says, in memory of Phoebe Redknapp, 1977 to 1992. She was only 15 when she died. That made me feel so sad, I nearly cried. Imagine dying when you were only 15, when you haven't found out what you're good at, and you'll never know how tall you are going to be, or how pretty, or if you are going to be rich or poor, or happy or sad. So I sat on Phoebe's bench for a while and thought about everything, about you, and what you did, and how we could all have died. And maybe then there would have been a bench for us somewhere. Someone might have put one on Hampstead Heath, and how someone might have sat on it one day and said, oh, poor things, they were only 11 and 12, they had their whole lives ahead of them. Next time I see Rhea, I'll ask her about Phoebe Redknapp. I bet she knows what happened to her. Then the man came into the rose garden, Dylan's big brother, the one with special needs. I was polite and said hello, but I didn't really want to stay in there on my own with him, so I left. After that, I went back inside and watched telly with Mum. She was very quiet. I think she misses you too. Love you, Daddy, more than words can say. Your Pipsqueak.
7. What do you think of those girls? Adele rested her chin on the edge of the roll-top bath and looked at her husband, who was lying in bed reading a book. What girls? Pip and Grace, what do you make of them? Leo shrugged. They seem like perfectly nice children. The older one's a bit frosty, but the little one seems charming. Did Tyler tell you, she began, what Cecilia said to her when she saw them in Waitrose last week? No, she did not. He put down his book, showing that he was fully engaged with the conversation. What? She said that she recognized their mother from an article in the papers a few months back. An article about a man with paranoid schizophrenia who set his house on fire because voices in his head told him it was infested with alien rats who were scheming to take over the world. Anyway, I Googled it earlier and I think she might be right. 2 girls aged 11 and 12. Mother aged 32, house in Hampstead. Happened last November. The article I read said the mother and children had been taken in by relatives afterwards. It all adds up. Christ, said Leo. Those poor little girls. I know. Imagine it. Imagine having a parent just go completely and utterly crazy. You know, sectionable crazy. How would you deal with that as a child? How would you make sense of it? And I wonder if they've seen him. I wonder if they visit. Because I must say, I'm not sure as a mother if I could face you again, if you'd put us all in danger like that. But don't forget, said Leo, for all his faults, the guy did save the world from an alien rat invasion. Leo! Adele sat upright in the bath and looked at her husband aghast. That's not funny. Oh, it is. It is not. And listen, you mustn't say a word to anyone. Apparently when Tyler asked the girls about it, they totally denied it. And Grace told her that their dad was dead. So, pretend we never had this conversation. Leo nodded somberly. I hear you. So sad. She thought for a moment. We must make a special effort with those girls and their mum, you know? Maybe we should have them all over for supper. Yes, said Leo. Why not? Maybe Friday next week, when Dad's in hospital. Adele smiled at the thought of Gordon being in hospital. Excellent, yes, Friday week. I'll pop over tomorrow and ask them. How's the manuscript going? Leo asked a moment later, as Adele stepped from the bath and pulled a towel around herself. Slowly, she said. You know Dylan's school are giving them 2-week half-terms now. I was half tempted to give the girls the same so I can work on it some more when Gordon's gone. She sat on the arm of the sofa and looked at Leo. What do you think? I think as long as Catkin's on track with her GCSE studies, then why not? The weather's so nice I might even take some time off work too. Really? Yes, why not? I can take the girls off your hands, maybe, do a day trip or two. It's the least I could do to repay you for looking after my old bastard of a father all week. It's the least I could do to repay you for everything you do, seriously. I really do love you sometimes, Leo. Sometimes? Yes, sometimes. Sometimes I hate you. But right now you love me. Yes, very much. Leo smiled wolfishly and patted her side of the futon. Adele let her bath towel fall to the floor and climbed in next to him. The following morning, Adele put Scout on a lead and walked him around the gardens for a while. The girls were all still sleeping. Leo was showering. She'd taken Gordon his morning toast and jam and water for his painkillers. It was a pale, bland morning, no cloud, yet no sun, the lawn still dewy underfoot. Scout tugged at the lead, and Adele checked the time on her watch. Not even 8:30. Was it too early, she thought, to knock on Claire's back door? She decided to pass by discreetly, see if there were any signs of life. The girls said it was the one near the halfway house, with the giant magnolia tree in the back garden. She stood nonchalantly on the path outside, pretending to adjust Scout's collar. The light was on in the kitchen, the curtains open in the living room. She saw a head pass the window and the steam of a boiling kettle blooming into condensation on the glass. She came to the back door and knocked gently. Pip appeared in fluffy pyjamas, her thick curls in disarray. "Hi," she said uncertainly, her hands tucked inside the sleeves of her pyjamas. "Sorry," said Adele. "It's really early. I just wondered if your mummy was here." Pip crouched down to pet the dog and called over her shoulder for her mother. Claire, thankfully, was dressed. She looked both surprised and displeased. "Oh," she said. "Hello." She was a funny little thing, Adele observed. Made from tiny bones, with a pale, almost peaky face framed by an urchin cut of soft, bleached hair. She wore no makeup apart from a coat of the kind of mascara that gives you unnaturally long eyelashes. The overall appearance was that of a newly born lamb. "Hello, don't know if you remember me. I'm Adele, mother of the 3 girls?" "Yes," said Claire. "I remember. From across the garden." "Yes," said Adele, "that's me. And it was lovely to meet you the other day, and I wanted to say I'm so sorry I couldn't ask you in or stop and chat. But like I said, we had a last-minute house guest on the way, and anyway, we were thinking, me and Leo, the girls all seemed to be getting along so well, and we wondered if you might all like to come over for supper one night. We were thinking maybe Friday next week. My father-in-law will be in hospital then, and we'll be a lot more relaxed. And nothing fancy, just a pie or something." Adele knew she was babbling, but she couldn't quite stop herself. It was something to do with the way Claire was staring at her, as if she was waiting impatiently for her to get to the point. But the point had been reached and passed, yet still the words fell from Adele's mouth. "Would you like that? And obviously, if you have a partner or someone else you wanted to bring." Adele looked beyond Claire into her flat. It was immaculate, horribly so. White walls, grey sofa with 4 carefully arranged red felt cushions, small square table with 3 wooden chairs, laminate flooring, nothing on the walls. It was the sort of clinical interior that chilled her heart. But of course she realised if Claire's husband had burned down her house, then she'd have had to start from scratch. All her photos gone, all her clothes, all her children's drawings. Adele couldn't even begin to imagine what that would be like. Yes. Of course, that would be lovely." "Good, great, come at 7. I'm sure I'll see you before, but if not, anything you don't eat, the girls?" Claire shook her head and said, "We'll eat anything." Pip looked up from where she was still crouched down, petting Scout, and said, "That's not true. I don't like meat, or ravioli, or any green vegetables, apart from green beans. And I hate lentils and things like that, and coconut, and things with bits of—" "OK, Pip, thank you," said Claire, smiling conspiratorially at Adele. "I think we get the message." Adele laughed. "Great. I'll try to bear that all in mind, and I'll let you get on. Sorry to disturb you so early. Have a good day." Adele tugged at Scout's lead and let him walk her home. Claire didn't know what to make of it. An invitation to supper with the glamorous couple across the way. She'd said yes because it was 8:30 in the morning, and she hadn't even had a coffee yet. Caught in the twin beams of Adele's shining brown eyes and dazzling smile, she couldn't work out how to say no. Pip didn't seem too taken with the idea either. "Do we have to go?" she said. "I thought they were your friends." "Yeah, sort of, but I just don't really want to go there for dinner." "No," said Claire. "Me neither." She hadn't told the girls about their father yet. Pip would be delighted. Grace would be terrified. It could set her right back to where she'd been just after it had happened. Nightmares every night. Refusing to go to school, refusing to eat. She'd keep it to herself for now. Because even if they did let him out, and even if he did find his daughters, what would he do? He wouldn't harm them, she was pretty sure of that. He would just want to talk, he would just want to spend some time with them. But even as this highly reasonable summation of the situation passed through her consciousness, it was overwritten by the memory of him last November, standing, ridiculous in his wetsuit, oblivious to the crowd of people surrounding him, the dancing flames reflected in his crazed eyes, the dark, nonsensical words spilling from his mouth. She remembered her daughters' faces, golden and red in the light of the fire, pulling Pip back from going to her father, silent tears pouring down Grace's cheeks as she shuddered inside her arms, and then her whole body arching, tensing as she cried, "But my homework's in there, and my new jacket, and—" She'd clapped her hands over her mouth, eyes wide with horror. "My piggy bank with all my money in it." 3 things amongst so many. Claire sometimes lay awake at night, trying to compile a mental inventory of what had gone. She'd get 3% into it before giving up. Baby teeth, hairbrushes, her favourite All Saints cardigan that went with everything, the cookbook with a recipe in it for chocolate birthday cake, which was the only one she'd ever used, the book she'd been halfway through reading, diaries, hairbands, all her silk underwear, linen, towels, The vintage velvet cushions from her grandma's house, 6 orchids in full bloom, her laptop, her camera, passports, half a box of expensive chocolate truffles, her brand new sunglasses, her wedding dress. They'd come to this flat with nothing, and were building themselves back to normality, sock by sock, cushion by cushion, spoon by spoon. "I'll tell them we can't come," she said, her hand on Pip's crown. "I'll tell her something came up." Grace walked in and caught the end of the exchange. "Tell who something came up?" "Adele," said Claire, "the sister's mum. She asked us over for supper next week." "But—" Grace looked from Pip to Claire and back again. "I want to go. Why aren't we going? I really want to go." Claire regarded her daughter curiously. "Really?" she said. "Why?" "I just do," she said. "I like it there. I like them." Claire looked at her daughter's bright face and then looked about her at their flat. They'd come such a long way, but this place was not yet a home. And maybe her daughter had found a place that felt, for whatever reason, like home to her. "But, Mum, listen." Grace bit her lip. "I told the girls a lie about Dad. I told them he was dead." Claire rocked slightly on her feet. "Wow," she said. "Did you?" "Yeah. Tyler asked us if we were the people whose dad burnt down their house, and I just said we weren't. And I could tell she didn't believe me, so I said he was dead, just to shut her up." She cast her eyes to the floor and shifted from foot to foot. "I'm really sorry." Claire took her daughter in her arms. She was the same height as Claire now, and a stone heavier. But there was still that residual smell to her, that essential perfume of the child she used to be. "That's okay. That's fine, I understand. We'll just change the subject if it comes up, okay?" She felt Grace nod against her shoulder. Then she smiled and held Grace at arm's length, staring deep into her hazel eyes. "That's probably why they've asked us," she said. "They feel sorry for us." "I still don't want to go," said Pip. "It's fine," said Claire, as much for herself as for Pip. "You and I will eat and run, and if Grace wants to stay on and play with the girls afterwards—" Grace nodded effusively. "Then she can. We'll just say you've been ill and need to go to bed, okay?" Her girls both nodded and smiled. Claire felt a brief moment of parental satisfaction, a compromise painlessly reached, before it was overtaken by a wave of nervous energy that went straight through her gut like a storm. Dinner with strangers. Her daughters finding safe places away from her. Lies to cover up, secrets to keep. And all the time as a throbbing, ominous backdrop, her husband, back to health, ready to re-enter the world, and possibly turn it upside down. 8. Pip couldn't stop thinking about the giant rabbit called Fergus. All weekend she'd replayed the sensation of his soft fur beneath her fingers, the twitch of his nose, the big fluffy humps of his haunches. After lunch on Sunday she sought out the old lady called Rhea. Grace was indoors doing last-minute panicky homework. The sun was out, but it wasn't that warm. There were people scattered here and there. Pip kept her fingers crossed inside her fists as she walked. "Please let the rabbit be there," she chanted to herself. "Please let the rabbit be there." At the far end of the garden she saw Dylan and Tyler sitting side by side on a bench, looking at Dylan's smartphone and laughing. Dylan looked up and saw Pip approaching. He beckoned her to join them, but she didn't want to. She smiled and shook her head, pointing towards the secret garden. She saw the toe of Rhea's trainers as she turned the corner. They were big, white, trendy trainers with fluorescent pink bits on them. She wore them with black leggings and a black polo neck jumper with a bright pink scarf and fingerless gloves. Her white hair was pinned up in a wispy bun. She had a mug of tea by her side and was reading a book. She looked up when she saw Pip standing there and said, "Hello, again." She had a slight accent, a bit German-sounding, Pip thought, or maybe a bit Albanian or Kosovan like some of the mums at her old primary school. You've come to see Fergus." Pip nodded, resisting the urge to touch him, waiting to be invited. "Come on, then." She brought the giant rabbit up onto her lap and moved over so that Pip could sit next to her. "There you are." She smiled. The rabbit didn't look at Pip. It seemed to be on a permanent mission to observe its environment in minute detail. "You can take him for a walk if you like," she said. Pip beamed and nodded. "There you go." She passed Pip the leads to the harness. "Why is he so big?" she asked. Rhea smiled, the fine white skin of her face folding into a lattice of fortuny pleats. "He is a giant Flemish rabbit. They say they are bred from Labradors." She shook her head and laughed. "But I don't believe that. I think they just keep breeding very big rabbits together until one day they produce ones the size of a dog. And then they thought, aha, look how big this rabbit is. It must be related to a dog. But look at him. There's no dog there. Look at his perfect little bunny bobtail." The rabbit tugged at the lead, and Rhea smiled and said, "Go." Pip walked him into the secret garden. He lolloped and sniffed and twitched and jumped. He found some leaves that he liked the look of and began to nibble, but Pip pulled him away in case they were not the sort of leaves he should be eating. Then she walked him around the paths between the secret garden and the rose garden. A small boy watched her in disbelief, and then ran to tell his mother that he'd just seen a really giant rabbit. She saw Fern sitting alone in the rose garden. She was reading a book with earphones in, using her spare hand to pass the weird bit of silk back and forth across her top lip. She glanced up briefly at Pip with her big, damp eyes, and then she looked away again. Pip paused, not sure if she should say hello or be friendly in some way. But then Fergus tugged again at the lead, and she took him back to Rhea. "Did you enjoy that?" she asked. "Yes, he tried to eat some leaves, but I didn't let him, in case they were poisonous." "Good girl," Rhea said. "How old are you?" "I'll be 12 in a couple of weeks." She nodded. "And have you been living here long?" "Since January, 6 months." "Have you made many friends?" "Sort of." "The sisters?" "Yes, and someone else called Tyler, and a boy called Dylan." "Beautiful Dylan," Rhea smiled. "Very popular boy." "He's kind." "Yes," said Rhea. "He is a kind boy. He looks after his brother very well." "Robbie?" "Yes, Robbie. Poor soul." "What's the matter with Robbie?" Rhea cut her hand over Fergus's head and left it there. The rabbit went completely still. "Ah, well, no one really knows. I don't think his poor mother even knows. Just one of those things. Her husband was an old man, 60, I think, when Robbie was born, and a very, very heavy drinker. Not that I would want to blame him for what went wrong. He was a perfectly nice man, but it does make you wonder." Pip wasn't sure what it made you wonder about, but nodded anyway. "Anyway, Dylan's mum, Fiona, she couldn't cope after Robbie's dad died. It was all too hard. So she put Robbie into a nice place just outside London when he was about 10. And then suddenly Fiona is pregnant at 45, and nobody knows who the father is, and then there is this beautiful, beautiful little boy, and still no one knows who the father is. Nobody asks, and she tells no one." "Where does Dylan live?" "Up there." The lady pointed at 3 tiny windows in the attic floor of the same house that the sisters lived in. "And where does Tyler live?" "She lives there." She pointed at the mansion block in the easternmost corner. "Her mother is a social worker, so she gets a nice big flat for the good rent." "And where do you live?" "I live just here." Rhea turned and pointed at the mansion block behind her. "That one on the 2nd floor with the balcony with all the flowers. I was a nurse, you see, so I, too, gets a nice big flat for the good rent." Pip nodded and stroked the rabbit from its crown to its haunches. She didn't really understand about the big flats and the good rents, but she was enjoying talking to Rhea, who seemed to know everything about everyone, and was able to answer all of the questions she'd been too shy to ask the children in the gang. "Who was Phoebe Redknapp?" Rhea glanced at her quizzically. "Sorry," said Pip. "I think I pronounced it wrong. The girl whose name is on the bench in the rose garden?" "Ah, Phoebe Redknow." "Rainbow?" "No," said the lady, patting Pip's knee. "Although that would have been a very suitable name for her. No, her name was pronounced Redknow." "Did you know her?" Yes, everyone knew Phoebe. She was an adorable girl, a bit wild but adorable, so cheeky, very clever, very pretty. Everything sort of revolved around her. Pip felt vaguely jealous of this dead girl. She sounded like everything she would like to be. There was a gang of children then, too, of course. There's always a gang on this garden. There were all the house boys, you know, Leo and his 2 brothers. And then there was Phoebe's little sister, Cecilia, you know, Tyler's mum. Tyler's mum? Yes. Phoebe would have been Tyler's auntie if she was still alive. "Oh," said Pip. Phoebe Redknow felt suddenly brought to life. What happened to her, to Phoebe? "Well, when she was 15 years old, she was found dead in the garden." Rhea shrugged. "I saw her from my balcony, covered in the morning dew, her hair all spread about like Ophelia. Nobody ever really knew what happened. Drugs, alcohol, some kind of accidental overdose. Inconclusive. They had to bury her without ever knowing the truth, and of course the gossips went into overdrive." She stopped and looked at Pip from the corners of her eyes. "Is this too grown-up for you?" Pip shook her head. "Well, Phoebe was linked to 2 of the houseboys at the time of her death. She'd been going out with Patrick, who was the same age as her, for a few months. They were love's young dream, Romeo and Juliet. But then, according to various gossips, the older brother had been involved with her too." "Which one?" "Leo. You know." She nodded towards the centre of the crescent. "That man over there with all the daughters. He was a good 3 years older than her. An adult." She threw her arms out from her sides, then tugged at the edge of her pink scarf. "He said he was not involved with her. Who knows if he was telling the truth? Only Phoebe knows what really happened that summer. And that poor child is dead." "Do you like him?" Pip asked. She drew in her breath, feeling she'd asked an important question. "Leo?" She nodded. "Oh, I don't know him all that well," she said, "but I knew his father. Gordon." She pronounced it as 2 words, Gordon. "And if his son is anything like him, then—" She rolled her eyes theatrically in their sockets. "Well then, God save his soul." Rhea looked at Pip thoughtfully and said, "What about you? Do you like Leo?" Pip smiled shyly. "I don't know," she said. "I think so." Rhea picked up her rabbit and tucked him under her arm. "Trust your instincts," she said. "You'll find they're nearly always right."
Dear Daddy, so much to tell you I don't know where to start. First of all, we've been invited for dinner at the sister's house. Mum and I really don't want to go, but Grace really does, so we're going to go, and Mum and I will come back early. I think it's going to be so weird. Mum's not really ready for that kind of thing. She's still all thin and nervous after what happened, and she hasn't really been out anywhere since we moved in here. Anyway, the really exciting thing happened yesterday. I went into the garden to find the old lady with the rabbit, and she was there, and she told me loads of stuff about the people in the garden. And I asked her about the girl on the bench, Phoebe Redknow, and she told me that Phoebe was found dead in the garden one morning and no one ever knew why. She said that there was drugs and alcohol, but that it was all a mystery. And she also said that Phoebe was going out with Leo's, the sister's dad, little brother when she died, but also people thought that she might have been going out with Leo too, even though he was 3 years older than her, and also that Phoebe is Tyler's mum's sister, so the girl on the bench is actually Tyler's aunt. I just can't believe that a girl could die and be buried and nobody knows why or what happened. I tried to get Grace excited about it, but she was just like, leave me alone. I'm trying to do my homework. And I won't tell Mum because she wouldn't get it. She doesn't get much these days. She's in her own little world, really. I feel like I'm the only person in this family who's normal. The only one who's the same as they were before the thing with the house. If you were here, you could help me find out about Phoebe. It's the sort of thing that you'd be really good at. Maybe you could even have made a documentary about it. You could have called it The Secrets of the Garden, or Whatever Happened to Phoebe Redknapp. Maybe it would have won an award. I thought I saw you today when I was coming home from school. I saw a man that looked just like you, except much thinner, with shorter hair and a beard. He looked at me, and I looked at him, and I almost called out your name, but I managed to stop myself. I love you, Daddy, and I miss you every minute of every day. Be really good, and maybe they'll let you come home. Your Pipsqueak.
9. Claire was trying to dress for dinner at the houses. She'd had to buy all her clothes from new after the fire. It had seemed mildly exciting at the time, the sort of experience her teenage self would have dreamed about. A £500 budget and a whole new wardrobe. In reality, it had been stressful and unsuccessful. Nothing really went with anything else, plus she'd bought everything in a size 8 and was currently closer to a size 6. And now it was June, and everything was either too big or too warm. She knocked at the door of the girls' room. "Girls, can I come in?" Pip opened the door. "I haven't got anything to wear. Would you mind if I had a quick look through your wardrobes?" "I know what would look great on you," said Pip. "Hold on." She rifled through the wardrobe and pulled out a black lawn playsuit with wide shoulder straps and a drawstring waist. She held it up against Claire and appraised the effect. "You know, I think it might actually be too big for you, but try it on anyway. You look lovely in black." Claire eyed the playsuit uncertainly. It was warm out, but possibly not quite warm enough for such a tiny thing. As if reading her mind, Pip reached back into the wardrobe and pulled out a small black cardigan with a sequined collar. "There," she said, passing it to her. "Try it on." Claire smiled and took the outfit to the full-length mirror behind the door, where she was startled to see Grace sitting cross-legged on the floor, applying makeup. And not just her usual special occasion coat of mascara, but lipstick, eyeshadow, and wings of black eyeliner, too. "Gosh," she said. "Grace, that's an awful lot of makeup." Grace shrugged. "No, seriously, Grace, you're not even 13 yet." "I'll be 13 next month." "But that's not the point. Even 13 is too young for that amount of makeup." "Says who?" "Says every mother of a 12-year-old girl." "That's not true. How do you even know that's true?" "More to the point, Grace, we're only going across the garden for supper with another family. I could maybe understand if I was taking us out to the Savoy. Who are you making yourself up for?" "Nobody," she snapped. "For myself." "But there won't even be any boys there." "What has this got to do with boys? I don't dress for boys, Mum. I dress for me. And given that this is the first time in, 6 months that we've been invited anywhere, you know, even left the house, can you blame me for wanting to look nice?" Claire breathed in. She had barely seen Grace this week. Every day after school she would change out of her uniform and head straight out into the garden. She didn't even come in for tea half the time. Claire would have to keep things warm for her under tea towels and tinfoil, or occasionally just admit defeat. "I'm not eating cold risotto," and give her a bowl of cereal. Most of the time she was on the benches at the top of the garden. Other times she'd disappear entirely, and Claire would text her plaintively. "Where are you?" "At Girl's house," would come the reply. And finally she would appear in the back doorway at 7, 8 o'clock, smelling of fresh air and indifference. "Fine," said Claire, "but you do not need makeup, and frankly you look 10 times better without it." She stepped into the black playsuit that belonged to her 11-year-old daughter. It fell off her. She took it off, looped it back on its hanger, and handed it to Pip. "Never mind," she said. "I'll just put my jeans on, I think." At the door, she turned to look again at Grace. She was angrily applying a second coat of mascara. She looked brittle and bizarre. Behind her, Pip shrugged, an adult gesture as if to say, "What can you do?" Claire shrugged back and headed to her bedroom, where she sat down heavily on the edge of her bed and let her head drop onto her hands. There was something wrong with the shape and texture of her world. While her children grew bigger and stronger, outgrowing clothes and shoes, outgrowing their own mother, she was shrinking to the size of a doll. While they spread their wings, found new friends, new places to spend their time, new ways to look, she was turning into a recluse. She pulled on her 2 big jeans and a black lacy tunic top. She fluffed up her white blonde hair and put on a coat of red lipstick. She faced herself in the mirror. Claire Wilde. What would Leo and Adele make of her? A young mum, a single mum, a thin mum. Would they find her engaging, peculiar, hard work? Would they like her? "Girls," she called into the hallway, "are you ready? Time to go." She almost didn't recognize her own daughter as Grace appeared before her. She was thrown momentarily, unnerved by the presence of what appeared to be a second grown-up. Her brown curls were plaited tightly away from her temples, bursting out into a voluminous cloud behind. She wore skin-tight jeans and a fitted grey t-shirt, showcasing her small, high breasts and her flat stomach. When had she lost that roll of puppy fat? Claire wondered. Her liner-winged, almond-shaped eyes appraised her coolly as if to say, "Don't dare say a word." Claire didn't. Instead, she smiled and picked up the bottle of wine she'd bought earlier and a small potted orchid and said, "Okay, girls, let's go." Adele greeted them at the kitchen door, in a patterned chiffony thing over a black vest and leggings. Her dark hair was twisted into a big bun on top of her head, with a pair of black-framed reading glasses nestled into it. "Hello, you came!" She leaned in and kissed Claire on both cheeks. Then she grasped the girls' hands and told them to go straight through. The girls are waiting for you. Pip followed Grace into the living room, where they found Catkin and Willow behind a drinks trolley, mixing up cocktails. "No," Catkin was saying, pulling at the neck of a bottle of vodka in Willow's hands. "That's way too much. No, stop." She snatched the bottle fully from Willow and said, "Now pass the vermouth. No, not that one, that one." Pip watched curiously. Were they going to be drinking cocktails tonight? Nothing much would surprise her about this family. Then Adele walked in and said, "How are those vodka martinis coming along?" Catkin pushed a lid onto a metal flask and began shaking it up and down. "Nearly done," she said, "but they might be a bit strong." She threw Willow a withering look. Pip watched as Catkin carefully poured the cocktails into wide-topped glasses and arranged olives on the rims. Then Willow placed them on a tray with small plates of nuts and crisps and subserviently offered it around. Pip thought back to the old days when they still lived in Willoughby Road, before her father had got ill and gone mad, when their lives were relatively normal. She thought of nights when people had come round for dinner, and she remembered how she and Grace would stay in their bedrooms for as long as possible, or hide in the living room until it was all over. This was another world entirely. "What can we get you girls to drink?" said Adele. "We've got the usual, cordials, water, smoothies." "Have you got Coke?" she asked. Adele's face folded with disappointment. "I'm so sorry," she said. "No, we don't." "Okay," Pip shrugged. "I'll have a smoothie." Fern walked in then. She was wearing what looked like a man's shirt, unbuttoned over a black vest and low-crotched trousers with multicoloured high tops. Her hair was in a toweling turban, and her face was streaked blue. "Fern," said Willow, "what the—" "I've dyed it," she said offhandedly. "Just the ends." Pip waited for a reaction. She waited for Adele or Leo to say, "What do you mean you've dyed it? What the hell have you done?" But instead Adele smiled that contented smile of hers and said, "Oh, how lovely. I can't wait to see it." Then they all changed the subject. "How's your father?" Claire asked Leo. "Well, they finally operated yesterday," Leo replied, fixing Claire fully with his dark eyes. "So the foot's gone?" "Yes, the foot is gone." Leo was looking very puffed up, Pip thought, as though he was trying to be really cool. Pip looked at her mother. She looked quite pretty tonight, she thought. Not in the same way as Adele, with her piles of glossy hair and doe eyes and delicate bare feet with hot pink toenails, but in a gentle way. She wondered if Leo was thinking that her mother was pretty, and if that was why he was acting all puffed up. There was a kind of fuzzy, floaty, clubby music playing in the background, and the room was all lit up with candles, little clusters of votives in interesting pots, and bigger candles in glass jars. The French doors opened onto the patio, where more candles flickered and danced. Voices came from outside then, and Tyler appeared in the doorway, with a woman who could only be Tyler's mum because she was virtually identical to her. Pip's breath stopped. She sat up straighter. This was Cecilia, sister of Phoebe, a character from a story come to life. "Hello, hello." Tyler and her mum edged into the living room. Cecilia was holding a bottle of wine wrapped in white tissue. Leo leapt to his feet. "Cece, you came!" He kissed her firmly on both cheeks, her arms held tightly within his hands. "Adele said she'd asked you, but I told her you wouldn't come. I'm very pleased you proved me wrong." Cece was very tall, with long, dead-straight blonde hair worn with a fringe. Her face was fine-boned and pointy, with the same hard-edged planes as her daughter's. She didn't smile or reciprocate Leo's effusive greeting in any way, just seemed to kind of tolerate it. "Hi, Leo," she drawled in a rough-edged London accent. "Long time no see." "Well, you know where to find us, Cece." Cece rolled her eyes as though she'd heard it all before. She didn't look like Pip's imaginings of a neglectful mother. She was graceful and nicely dressed in a dark blue lycra dress to the knee and matching flip-flops, her blonde hair in a tight ponytail, a small tattoo of a bluebird on a twig on her delicate forearm, and another of a daisy chain around her ankle. Her face was tanned and scrubbed. She looked like the type of woman who went on holiday alone to dangerous places. "Martini?" asked Catkin. "God, yeah." Cece sighed and flopped down on the sofa next to Pip, on the other side of the dog. She had that air about her of someone who was always at the tail end of a very bad day. Cece turned and glanced at Pip. "And who are you? One of the new girls, yeah?" "I'm Pip." "And which one is Grace?" Pip pointed in the direction of her sister. "Hi, Grace," she drawled. "Good to meet you." Grace nodded and said, "Nice to meet you too." Cece's gaze lingered on Grace a little longer than was entirely normal, and Pip wished she had a pair of magic glasses that would let her see beneath all the strange expressions and half-meaningless words. "Hi." Cece held out a long-boned hand to Claire. "I'm Cece, Tyler's mum." Claire took the hand and squeezed it. "I'm Claire," she said, "Grace and Pip's mum." "Gosh," said Cece. "How did you get those two strapping girls out of that tiny little body? You're Minnie." "Ah, well, they were a lot smaller then," Claire laughed, and Cece laughed, and Leo laughed, and Pip was really happy to see her mum being sharp and funny. "You're right over there," Leo called over to Grace, who was standing by the patio doors looking edgy. "Come and sit down." He patted the sofa next to him, and Grace smiled and accepted the offer. "Here," said Leo, passing her a bowl of nuts. "Have some nuts." Pip saw a bolt of colour pass through Grace's cheeks as she pinched some nuts with her fingertips. "Thanks," she said. Pip thought again of Tyler sitting on the bed in Willow's room with her head on Leo's shoulder. Now it seemed that Leo had cast some kind of spell over Grace too. She didn't get it. Leo was an old man. He was nice, but he was old. She thought of stories she'd read in the papers about men like Leo, nice men, trusted men, men with children of their own. Men who found vulnerable children and groomed them into submission. And Grace was vulnerable. Even Pip could see that. Adele came in then, wafting patterned chiffon and spicy cooking smells behind her. "Cece, how wonderful! I didn't think you'd come." "Well, this one insisted." She gestured at her daughter. "Said she wanted me to meet her new friends." Pip felt surprised. She wasn't aware of being Tyler's friend. As far as she could tell, Tyler merely tolerated them. "Well," said Adele, "dinner is served when you're all ready." They sat in the kitchen at a long wooden table, battered and worn, covered in graffiti. Leo spent some time selecting the right background music. The sisters laid extra places for Tyler and Cece, and lit yet more candles. Adele hefted huge pans from the hob direct to the table, and threw serving spoons on the table. A big wad of paper napkins was passed from person to person like notes at a meeting. Catkin filled glasses with wine. Leo dressed a salad in a bright red bamboo bowl. Beyond the kitchen windows, the day was fading away. Pip saw a sky bruised violet and grey, the lights coming on in the distant windows of other houses. Her mum was laughing along with all the grown-ups at something funny Leo had just said. For the first time ever, Pip saw Fern laugh out loud, and even Grace, sitting between Fern and Catkin, was starting to relax. Pip let her misgivings fade away. This was a happy house. These were happy people. Leo was a good man. Adele stirred the biggest of the pans with a large spoon. "It's chicken curry. No lentils, no beans, no coconut, just chicken. Hope that's okay, Pip." Adele winked at her, and Pip smiled and said, "That's good, thank you. Lentil curry here," she pulled the lid off another pan, "and sargaloo in here. Get stuck in." After dinner, Adele told the girls to get your instruments and play us something. Pip watched in amazement as all three girls filed from the living room and then filed back in again, clutching various musical instruments. Catkin a flute, Fern an acoustic guitar, Willow a fiddle. Pip had never seen children playing instruments in their own actual homes before, and was mesmerized by the spectacle. The three girls played an offbeat version of Get Lucky by Daft Punk, which made all the grown-ups laugh, and then as an encore they played Blurred Lines, and Leo got up and did the Blurred Lines dancing, and then so did Adele, and Pip felt that excruciating stab of embarrassment and discomfort that she always felt when she saw adults behaving like that. She turned her head away slightly so that she wouldn't have to look, and sought out her sister to share the pain of the moment. But her sister did not look embarrassed. She looked enraptured, suspended in wonder and delight. After the music, Pip touched her mum's arm and whispered, "Can we go now?" 5 minutes later, they were being hugged and squeezed at the kitchen door by Leo and Adele. "We must do this again. It's been wonderful. Thank you. No, thank you." Grace, as planned, stayed behind. "We'll walk her back at 11. Maybe 10? How about 10:30? OK, 10:30. Are you sure you don't want to stay, Pip? Sure? OK." As they left via the patio, Pip turned, just once, and peered through the living room window. She saw Grace sitting between Leo and Fern on the sofa. She was holding Fern's guitar, and Leo was showing her how to place her fingers on the strings. She saw a look pass across her sister's face as Leo leaned into her, unpicked her fingers from the strings, and gently rearranged them. It was a look of what Pip could only describe as sheer bliss. She turned desperately to her mother, hoping she'd seen it too, but her mother was already on the path waiting for her, Come on, Angel. She turned again. She saw Grace look into Leo's eyes and smile. She almost said something to her mother, but she couldn't find any words. Coming, she said. Coming.
Dear Daddy, I miss you so much. I'm lying in bed writing this to you, and Grace is not here. She's at their house, the sisters. We just had dinner there, and it was nice, but I wish you were there so much. The you from before, when you used to put me and Grace on your knees and bump us up and down so our voices went all wobbly. Or when you'd open up that big brown coat you used to have, and we'd both hide inside it and pretend that we were camping inside Daddy. And I wish you were here now, lying on the floor like you used to do, with your knees up and your hands clasped over your tummy, listening to me read to you. But the hardest thing about you not being there tonight was not even being able to talk about you. I wanted to say, my daddy makes films, my daddy won awards, my daddy is 6'3", my daddy went to Oxford, my daddy can speak 5 languages, my daddy is really, really clever and really, really interesting. But I couldn't say anything. I just had to sit there and watch everyone else make a big fuss over their daddy, who's not as great as he thinks he is, but everyone acts like he's just, the greatest man out there. And Grace was being all weird. You know, she wore loads of makeup and tight jeans, and she was acting all cool like she didn't want to be there, even though it was her who really wanted to go. And then, the minute Leo started paying her some attention, she was fine. I feel a bit strange about it all. I don't know if Leo's a bad person or a good person. I just think Grace is desperate for a dad. She's over there right now. It's nearly 10:30. Mum's waiting up for her, but I needed to come to bed and cry and write this letter for you. This letter that you'll probably never read. Tyler's mum came tonight, you know, the one whose sister died in the garden when she was 15, and I wanted so badly to ask her about what happened, but obviously I couldn't. When are you going to get better and come home?
10. Adele appraised Leo over the top of her reading glasses. What took you so long? He pulled off his T-shirt and draped it across the back of a chair. I wasn't long, he said. Yes, you were, said Adele. You've been gone for 20 minutes. I even called you, but you left your phone behind. I just had a cigarette, he said, on the terrace. I looked on the terrace about 5 minutes ago. Look, I took Grace home. I chatted to her mum for a few minutes. Did you go in? This came out more inquisitorially than she'd meant it to. No, I did not go in. We just chatted at the door. And then? I came back. I had a cigarette on the terrace. I took some things through to the kitchen. I went for a pee, I checked on the girls, I came into my bedroom to be verbally abused by my wife. Adele frowned at him and then smiled. Sorry, she said. I just didn't understand where you could be. I looked everywhere. Well, clearly not, my dear. Adele gazed at Leo for a moment. She watched him unbutton the fly on his trousers, wriggle them down his hips, pull off his cotton boxer shorts, drop them in the linen basket. He was naked now, pulling clean pyjama bottoms from a drawer, and talking about his father, how he was going to visit him in the morning, and maybe one of the girls might like to come with him. It would make the old git happy. But Adele wasn't really listening. She was reading and rereading a paragraph in Rhea's memoir. The words were swimming about in front of her eyes, in part because she'd drunk an awful lot of wine tonight, but also because she didn't quite believe what she was reading. Leo, she said, is it possible that you used to go out with Cecilia and you never told me? He stopped, one leg in his pyjamas, one leg out. What? Listen. She pushed her reading glasses back up her nose and began. It is the hottest day of the summer, and there is more flesh on view in the garden than grass. The houseboys are all topless, flaunting their skinny boy bodies with their griddled chests and hairless stomachs. They tuck their hands down their waistbands and swagger about. They smoke behind trees and listen to loud music on the oversized stereos, as though they are fresh from the Bronx. But they are fooling nobody, apart perhaps from the Redno girls, tiny blonde things with back-combed hair, and hooped earrings, who have been hanging about like lost puppies all summer hoping for some fuss. The younger one, Cecilia, has in recent days been seen wearing a heavy gold chain that apparently belongs to Leo, and earlier today I watched her climb into his lap and hang herself around his neck, and he did not seem surprised. And now they are walking together, hand in hand across the lawn, and she looks like the puppy that got the bone, and he looks like he's wondering which girl he'll go for next. She lowered her glasses and stared up at her husband questioningly. "My God," he said, "I'd forgotten about that. Ha!" "What do you mean you'd forgotten about it? How could you forget going out with someone who you're still friends with?" "Oh, God, I mean, it wasn't really going out, it was kid stuff." "But she wrote this in 1992, you were 18, and she was only 13. "Well, actually, I was still only 17. "Only just, Leo." "Dell, nothing happened between us. I just sort of let her hang about with me. She was cute." Adele's heart hammered in her chest. She'd been expecting Leo to say that Rhea was mistaken, that there'd been nothing going on between him and Cecilia all those years ago. She already knew about his fling with Phoebe that summer. She knew that his younger brother had been going out with her, and that at some point after a row with Patrick, Phoebe had made a beeline for Leo. She knew they'd done some clandestine things in the dark of night. She knew that Leo and Patrick had fallen out about it for a long time after, especially in the wake of Phoebe's death. She'd always found the whole scenario quite bizarre, something far from her own youthful experiences. But Phoebe had been 15, only a few months short of the age of consent. She'd already slept with Patrick, and she hadn't apparently been a virgin when she slept with him. It was wrong, certainly, for an 18-year-old to sleep with his little brother's girlfriend, but it wasn't weird. We didn't do anything, we just cuddled and stuff. Cuddled? Yes, and kissed. You kissed a 13-year-old. Once or twice. But that would be like an 18-year-old kissing Fern. Do you not see how weird that is? Leo shrugged and pulled on a t-shirt. Never really thought about it. It was summer, I was young, she was pretty. Did anyone know? She asked. Did anyone know about the two of you? There was no two of us. It was a week, maybe less, a bit of hand-holding, a snog or two. There was no us. She was wearing your chain. Oh, my God, he groaned. She asked. I think she watched too many American high school movies, so I said yes. Who else knew about this, apart from Rhea? Leo pulled back the duvet on his side of the futon and lay down. My brothers, obviously. Phoebe. That's about it. It really wasn't that interesting. Did your parents know? I doubt it. Her parents? Geez, Dell, can we drop this now? But Adele was suddenly filled with adrenaline. What did she do when you broke it off? Cece? Yes, Cece. Was she upset? I guess, for about 5 minutes. And then her sister died, so you know. Adele had met Leo when he was 22. Hard to believe that a mere 4 years earlier he had been snogging a 13-year-old girl. She rolled onto her side so she wouldn't have to look at him. It's made me feel all discombobulated, she said. Leo groaned. Oh, come on. You're not going to sulk about something that happened over 20 years ago, are you? Adele breathed out. She put the manuscript on the floor by the bed. She couldn't process any of this right now. For a few moments, she and Leo lay silently side by side. She listened to the sound of blood pulsing through her eardrums. She felt the warmth of Leo's skin. She heard cars slowing at the speed bump outside the flat, then quickening again. She heard the dishwasher in the kitchen click and rumble as it neared the end of its cycle. She saw her husband kissing Cecilia. "You're okay," said Leo, reaching to touch her arm. "Yes," she said, "I'm fine." Good. He reached behind him to turn on the bedside lights and turn off the overhead light. Then he picked up his Kindle and began to read. Adele lay wakefully, watching shadows move across the walls. Claire lay wakefully, watching shadows move across the walls. Leo had brought Grace home half an hour ago. The girls had all had a wonderful time, he'd said. Fern had taught Grace some basic chords. Willow had made some fudge. They'd had quite a bit. He hoped she didn't mind. A little bit of sugar's fine from time to time, isn't it? He'd stood at her back door in the glare of a security light, his face soft and animated, his body relaxed and springy. He was a ball of energy, like a teenager. She couldn't help but feel good around him. She'd wanted to ask him in, but wasn't sure if that was a strange thing to do. So instead they'd continued their conversation at the back door until the security light had gone off and they were in sudden darkness. And he'd said, "Well, better get back. Adele will be wondering where I got to." She'd locked the door behind him, drawn the curtains, but his energy had remained like soft embers in a grate. She'd held it within her, wrapped her own arms around her body to preserve it. It had been a pleasant evening. She felt better about the choices Grace was making, having spent some time with her alternative family. Adele was wonderful, warm and vibrant and grounded. Her children were unusual and unconventional. Their flat was lovely. The informal style of the evening had been natural and unforced. But it was Leo who had made the evening for her. She heard Grace in the ensuite bathroom, brushing her teeth. She appeared a moment later, scrubbed and fresh. All the makeup was gone. Her hair was tied up into a neat bun. She was wearing loose pink pyjamas. She looked at Claire, and for a moment Claire couldn't predict in which direction her mood was blowing. But then Grace smiled and climbed onto Claire's bed, curled herself up next to her, tucked her face into Claire's shoulder, minty breath and young scalp. She hooked one leg over Claire's body and nestled even closer. Claire grasped the arm that Grace had flung across her chest and kissed the crown of her head. "Did you have a good time?" Grace nodded. "So did I." "Good," said Grace. "Not sure what to make of Tyler and her mum, though." She felt Grace's head move up and down in the crook of her neck. "They're strange." "Yes," said Claire, "they are. Edgy." "I know. Like they're hiding something." "Exactly." They lay in silence for a moment or two. Then Grace stretched herself away from Claire and leaned down to kiss her on the cheek. "Night, Mumsy." She rolled herself off the bed and stood in the doorway. "Night, baby." "Thank you for coming tonight." "My pleasure," said Claire, thinking once more of Leo's dark eyes, his slow smile, his easy manner. "My pleasure." 11. Chris had been released from the psychiatric hospital 2 weeks ago. The discharge meeting had unanimously decided that he was fit to face the world again, and discharged him into the care of an unnamed person. Claire had asked who it was, but the hospital told her that Chris had requested that she not be told. She'd spoken to people from their past, the small handful of friends they'd had back in the days when things were normal, but none of them had heard anything from Chris. She'd spoken to his mother in Switzerland, who said she had had a call from him and wired him a large sum of money, but that he had not told her where he was staying or with whom. Over the days, Claire had pictured him in a variety of scenarios. Homeless under a bridge, hiding in the flat across the road, watching their every move through a crack in the curtains that twitched occasionally when she walked past it. She pictured him on a ferry, trying to get to his mum and brother in Switzerland, or living in the basement under the house in Willoughby Road, still staking out alien rats. Sometimes she even pictured him normal, sitting sad and alone in a rented room in a house somewhere, trying to remember who he was and where he belonged. She scanned the small news stories in the papers with opening lines like, "A 42-year-old man has been arrested after a..." or "Police are looking for a man in his 40s in connection with..." All those funny little reports about people behaving strangely were suddenly thrown into relief. Her husband was out there. He might be mad. He might be sane. He might be ill. He might be well. He could, in theory, be doing absolutely anything. But as the days went by and the ether yielded no information whatsoever about his whereabouts, Claire had become more and more certain that he was dead. He tried to kill himself before, when the girls were tiny. It was a side effect, apparently, of the medication he'd been on at the time. He'd made a very poor job of over-medicating himself and been rushed to the hospital to have his stomach pumped out, after which the doctors changed his medication. Claire had never told the girls about it. It was bad enough, she'd reasoned, that they had to live with a man who frequently heard voices in his head telling him to do ridiculous things, let alone to know that their father had once tried to remove himself from their lives completely. So now, when she scanned the papers, she looked for the small, sad stories about anonymous male bodies being plucked from the Thames, pulled out of abandoned buildings, scraped off railway tracks. If she saw more than one ambulance outside a tube station, she would stop and wait, her breath held, to see if a man with brown curly hair and size 12 feet came out on a stretcher. Chris being dead made much more sense than Chris being alive. Until today. It was the middle of June, the day before Pip's 12th birthday, and she'd just found a carrier bag on the doorstep. She peered inside, and a cold dread crept from her gut, up her spine and down her arms. A flash of glossy red wrapping paper and a fat pink rosette, and a card with Pip's name written on it, in Chris's small, scratchy handwriting. She ran to the pavement. She looked left and right. She even looked at the window over the street with the twitching curtains. The one she'd convinced herself several days ago was a figment of her imagination. Nothing. But of course, if he'd wanted Claire to see him, he'd have waited with the bag, not left it on the doorstep. She brought the bag indoors and placed it on the kitchen counter. She stared at it warily for a moment. That she could be concerned that the man she'd fallen in love with when she was 19 years old, the man who'd given her everything and asked for nothing, who'd carried their babies on his chest in slings and sung them German lullabies at night, might potentially have wrapped up a bomb, or a pile of dead rodents, or a box of feces, or a severed finger, stuck a pink bow on it and left it on her doorstep for his youngest daughter to open, was beyond any definition of sad. Gingerly she peeled back the sellotape strips. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw what was inside. A pad of cartridge paper, a box of Caran d'Ache pencils, a packet of technical drawing pens, a family-sized bar of Milka Noisette, and the new Jacqueline Wilson. She smiled. She almost laughed. For a moment she felt herself transported back to another time, when Chris was a good husband and a good father, when life had been relatively normal. But the moment quickly passed. How had he wrapped it so nicely? Chris had never been able to wrap a gift properly. She'd been picturing him on his own. But maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was living under someone's roof, with access to food, clothes, money, the internet, with access to wrapping paper. Chris had friends. He had family. But they'd all turned their backs on him after the house fire, shaken their heads sadly and said, "Let's hope they can help him in there, however long it takes." Even his own mother had virtually disowned him. "He put his babies into danger," she'd gasped in her strong German accent. "He set a match to their home when they might have been in it. That is not brain chemistry, that's a hair's breadth from evil." Claire couldn't think of one person from their old life who might have taken Chris into their home. Except... Claire paused, her hand on the birthday card, her eyes wide with realization. There'd been that girl, back in 2011, the one who'd worked with him on his last documentary. She'd been in love with him. He'd come home after the wrap party, tipsy and giggling, and told her about this girl, virtually a child, who'd accosted him at the bar and told him that she wanted him, that she would do anything for him. When he'd laughed her off with a, "Well, I'm flattered, of course, but I am a married man, and you are young enough to be my daughter," her eyes had filled with tears, and she'd said, "But Chris, you don't understand. I love you." Oh, how they had laughed that night. "What was her name?" she'd asked. "Roxy." "Ha," she'd said. "Roxy. Yes, of course." They'd never talked of her again. All sorts of bizarre things happened to Chris when he was working on a documentary. Love-struck Roxy was just another bizarre thing. But now Claire was thinking about love-struck Roxy in a whole new light. She peeled open the envelope of Pitt's card, took it out and looked cautiously inside. Maybe love-struck Roxy had shopped for the gifts and wrapped them, but she could not have written in the card. On the front was a photo of a fat Labrador puppy in a mug. Inside was a £50 note and the words, "To my darling Pipsqueak, I hope your 12th birthday is full of joy and chocolate. I wish I could be there, but as you know, I'm not allowed. But I will be thinking about you all day long, every moment, every second. I promise you. I got all your letters and I loved them all. Your new home sounds really nice, and so does your new school. It sounds like you are making lots of new friends. Look after your mummy and your sister. Love and bear hugs. Your daddy. Kiss, kiss." Claire read it twice, and then 3 times, trying to find some germ of Chris's state of mind within. But there was nothing. Pleasant, sane, almost bland. Anyone could have written it. Maybe love-struck Roxy had dictated and he'd merely transcribed her words. She pushed the card back into the envelope and attempted to stick the flap back down. Then she put the gift and the card back into the carrier bag. And as she did so, her hand felt paper. A till receipt. She pulled it out and smoothed out the creases. Tesco Metro, Walthamstow. 2 days earlier. 1 pint of skimmed milk, bananas, chocolate granola, grazia, tinfoil, Greek yogurt, kitchen roll, large milk and noisette. She put the receipt in a drawer and took the bag of gifts to her bedroom, where she buried it at the back of her wardrobe. Rhea was on the bench. She had the cat again in its plastic box, and Fergus was sitting on her lap eating something from her fingertips. "Good afternoon," said Rhea. She was wearing a shiny red polo neck with gold chains at her throat, with ribbed black leggings and Ugg boots. Her lipstick was randomly applied, and not quite the same shade of red as her polo neck, but she still looked nicer than most old ladies. "Hi," Pip replied, sliding onto the bench next to her and putting her fingers towards Fergus's nose. "And how are you today?" Pip smiled. "It's my birthday." "Ah!" The old lady beamed at her. "Happy birthday to you. And you are 12, yes?" "Yes." "And did you get some nice presents?" Pip nodded. "Lots of nice things, and my grandma gave me £100. £100, my goodness. A whole family could have lived lavishly off that for a month when I was young. What are you going to do with it?" Pip shrugged. "I'm not sure yet. We haven't got much money anymore, so I might just save it in case there's an emergency." Rhea nodded slowly. "Very, very sensible. Although maybe you could take just £20 and have some fun with it." "Yes," said Pip, "maybe." "You want to take Fergus for a walk?" Pip smiled and nodded. Rhea handed her the lead and let Fergus jump down onto the grass. "What made you decide to get a big rabbit like Fergus?" she asked. Rhea smiled. She had a dimple in her left cheek that was so deep it looked as though it went all the way through to the inside of her mouth. "Well," she said, "before Fergus I had a dog, a little Pekingese called Daphne, and she lived for 21 years. 21 years! Do you know how old that is for a dog? So when she died, I was too nervous to get another dog in case it too lived for 21 years, and then I would have to leave it behind. So I worked out that I needed a pet that would last about 5 years, but I wanted a proper pet, not something that shivers in the palm of your hand or lives in a cage. So I found out about these. And now Fergus is 4, and I am 84, and hopefully we will both pass away together. Maybe next year. Yes, next year would be good." She laughed and Pip laughed, although she couldn't quite see what was so funny about looking forward to dying. Fergus was full of energy, and she let him run up the hill with her sprinting behind. The benches at the top of the hill were deserted today. No sign of Tyler, Dylan and the gang. Maybe they were all at after-school clubs. But as she rounded the top of the hill and headed towards the rose garden, she stopped in her tracks. Sitting on the bench around the corner was a big man in a wheelchair. His face was red and hot-looking. His hair was a disturbing shade of dark brown, and he was wearing pyjamas and a blanket. "Hello, Curly," he said, grimacing at her. "Jesus Christ! What the holy blazes is that you've got there?" He pointed at Fergus. She smiled uncertainly and called across, "It's a rabbit," before turning round sharply and dragging Fergus back down the hill. It was only as she reached the bottom of the hill that she registered the fact that the man's foot had been wrapped in bandages, and she realized that she'd just encountered the sister's grandfather, the man they call Puppy. She ran back to Rhea, breathless with excitement. "I just saw him," she said. "Leo's dad, he's over there." She gestured towards the rose garden with her head. "And he's in a wheelchair." "Good," said Rhea. "Where he belongs. Keep the old goat out of trouble." "Trouble?" "Oh, you know, some old men. They don't understand boundaries. Do you know what I mean by boundaries, Pip?" "You mean like no means no?" "Yes." Rhea looked delighted by this response. "That is exactly what I mean. A person's right not to be touched. A person's right not to be ogled. A person's right not to be insulted or abused. You know, Pip, I lost a lot of people when I was young. In the camps, you know?" "The Holocaust, you mean?" "Yes. My goodness, you are clearly a girl who listens in class. Yes, in the Holocaust. And then I came here when I was a young girl, not much older than you. And I was so grateful to be alive, to be free, that I vowed that I would not accept even the tiniest infringements of my liberties, not a careless comment about my religion, or a sweaty finger rubbing against my leg on a crowded train, and certainly, not a man talking about my daughter as though she were a doll for his pleasure. And this man," her nostrils flared, "in his day, well, let me say that I once slapped him very hard across his big fat face, like this." She demonstrated a very hard slap, and her eyes shone. "And after that he left my daughter alone. But as for the other girls on this garden—" She raised her brow and whistled. "Well, he was popularly known as Gordon the Octopus." She laughed, and the deep dimple reappeared. "Let us all just be grateful that he's in a wheelchair." They both turned then and watched, as Adele strode across the lawn from her apartment towards the hill, her arms folded tightly around her body. She disappeared behind the brow of the hill, and then reappeared a moment later, pushing Gordon in his chair. Rhea shook her head slightly from side to side, and tutted quietly. "So, Pip," she said, Are you having a wonderful party tonight? Pip shrugged. We're going to Pizza Express with my granny. And your mummy and daddy? Just my mum. Rhea raised a brow. Our dad's in hospital. Ah, I see. Nothing too serious, I hope. No, not really, just... She tailed off. She couldn't quite find the words. Rhea nodded and smiled. Pip knew she didn't expect her to explain. You're not going to take any of your new friends, then, to your party at Pizza Express? It's not really a party, it's just a meal. My grandma's paying, so I can't really invite anyone else. Ah, well. She reached into the small leather bag she wore diagonally across her chest and rifled about for a moment before pulling out a tiny purse with a golden clasp. She clicked it open and peered inside, prodding the contents with a finger before pulling out a £2 coin, holding it to the light, turning it over again, and then passing it to Pip. There, she said, for spending, not for putting towards your emergency funds. Happy birthday. Pip stared at the coin in her hand. She wasn't sure about the etiquette of the situation. Should she accept the coin? Did the lady need it for paying her heating bills? Or was she very rich? The golden chains told her one thing. The tiny purse with no room for any money told her another. Take it. Rhea folded Pip's fingers over the coin. Please. Pip smiled. Thank you. You are welcome. You really are.
Dear Daddy, Mummy told me you've moved to a different hospital and she doesn't know where it is and that you probably won't get my letters anymore. But I still want to write them to you anyway. I'll keep them and give them to you when you come home. Thank you for sending me the card and the present and the money. I cried when Mummy gave them to me. Everything was so perfect. And Granny gave me £100 and the old lady in the garden gave me £2. So now I've got £152. It's the most money I've ever had in my life. But I don't care about the money, or even the presents. The card was my favourite thing. Seeing your handwriting, it was amazing. Thank you. We had dinner at Pizza Express. It was nice. Mummy seemed to be in a good mood, and Granny was just Granny. Even Grace seemed quite happy, and it was one of those nights where it felt like maybe everything might be normal again one day. Then, quite a strange thing happened after school today. Instead of walking home with me or getting the bus, I saw Grace heading off in the wrong direction, and I ran after her and said, "Where are you going?" And she said, "None of your business." So I followed her until I realised where she was going, to Dylan's school, and he was waiting outside for her, and they just kind of hooked up like it had been pre-planned. I followed them all the way back down to the crescent, and they went in through the garden gate, but I didn't follow them. I just went home and in through the front door, and Mum was freaking out. "Where have you been? I've been calling you and calling you." God. I told her my phone had been on silent, I'd been for a walk, and that I was only 20 minutes late, but honestly, she was like hysterical. And then I went out in the garden to see what Grace and Dylan were doing, and they were on the benches, of course, and Tyler was there, and Fern, but Willow wasn't there, so I didn't go over. I wasn't in the mood, and it was a bit cold. Sometimes I feel like they don't really want me in their gang, they only want Grace. I think it's because they know she needs them, whereas I don't need them at all. So I just went back indoors and decided to write to you instead. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, the sister's granddad is out of hospital and is in a wheelchair. I couldn't really see if they cut his foot off or not. There was so much bandaging, but I saw him out in the garden yesterday and he called me Curly. I didn't like it very much. So far being 12 has been interesting, but not exciting. Love you, Daddy, and thank you again for remembering my birthday and getting me such cool stuff. Your Pipsqueak.
12. You know, said a man standing very close, his hand passing across her and towards the bread display. This stuff is absolutely amazing. Best supermarket bread you can get. Claire looked round sharply. It was Leo. She exhaled and smiled, then turned her attention to the bread in question. Is it? Absolutely. particularly the white one. It's the only white bread Adele will let me buy. Claire glanced at the price tag. It was nearly £1 more than the brand she normally bought. She'd worked hard to lose her habit of heedlessly putting things in her shopping basket without looking at the labels. Choosing food for her family based on cost before healthsomeness and taste had been one of the hardest adjustments she'd had to make to being suddenly without any income. But there was something hypnotic about Leo's enthusiasm, his keen presence by her side. "Excellent," she said, taking the loaf from the display and putting it in her basket. "Thank you for the tip." He was wearing running clothes, not the shiny, form-fitting stuff favoured by some men his age, but loose things in soft cotton, pale grey shorts, an azure marl t-shirt, faded navy hoodie, clothes for an 8-year-old, or even an 18-year-old. But they added to his overgrown boy-next-door appeal. His hair was damp from a recent shower, and he smelled of shampoo. He regarded her warmly and said, "How are you? Haven't seen you since you were over for dinner." "Oh, I'm fine." "The girls?" "Well, you probably know better than me. Grace seems to have virtually moved in with you all." She'd meant this as a throwaway comment, but it had come out sounding slightly pointed. "Ah, yes, our apartment does sometimes feel like a repository for every bored teenager in the vicinity." He smiled, and then he frowned. "Not," he added apologetically, "that Grace could possibly be bored at home, with you, I'm sure." Claire smiled. "Yes, she can." Leo returned her smile, and Claire subconsciously clocked the contents of his shopping trolley. Packets of fresh herbs, chicken stock, chilies, a lime, organic chicken breasts, weird mushrooms, 4 bottles of wine, fat Japanese noodles, powdered flaxseed, miso soup paste, almond milk, a papaya, a mango, a pineapple, organic dog biscuits, and 3 bunches of white tulips. She looked at her own. White bread, shreddies, a 6-pack of orange Kit Kats, a bag of Granny Smiths, a tub of bolognese sauce, a toothbrush, a tub of spreadable butter, and a pint of full-fat milk. "We don't see much of Pip, though. She's clearly more of a homebody." Claire nodded. "I think she finds the whole garden scene a bit cliquey." "Well, yes, I suppose. And the fact that they've taken Grace into their inner sanctum, she feels a bit left out. Not that she'd ever say as much. She's very sparky, Pip, very positive. She'd probably prefer to see it that she's got better things to do." "Shame, though," said Leo, adding a loaf of sunflower and linseed bread to his trolley. "Willow could do with a friend who's closer to her in age. Worries me sometimes that she spends all her time with older girls. Maybe we should try to engineer them together somehow." Claire smiled in agreement, whilst thinking that Pip could not be engineered into anything she hadn't thought of first. "How's your father?" she asked. "I saw him the other day, out in the garden." "God, Dad, thank you. I'd totally forgotten to shop for him." Leo slapped his forehead. "He's had the op, and now, of course, he's supposed to be watching what he eats, and I keep trying to get healthy stuff into him. But he's like a toddler. He'll only eat his greens if there's a reward in it for him. So we have to have constant supplies of cheap biscuits and microwave sponge puddings. Oh, and Jersey gold-top milk." "You'd think losing a foot would be enough of an incentive to stop eating crap," said Claire. "You know what?" said Leo, leaning against the bread display. "I don't actually think he cares very much. I don't think he— Oh, sorry." He straightened himself sharply as a woman attempted to reach a loaf of bread he was obstructing. He shifted along a little. "Yes, I really think he's happy to be chopped up, bit by bit. So long as— Oh, sorry." He shifted again, so that another customer could get to the loaves. He smiled defeatedly at Claire. "Tell you what, shall we continue this conversation over a coffee next door?" "Oh," said Claire. It was 10 a.m. She assumed he'd be rushing off to work. She considered her own plans for the day. She had none. "Sure," she said. "Shall I meet you on the other side of the checkout?" "Perfect." Claire wasn't sure how to feel about sitting in a cafe with a man who wasn't her husband, a man who wasn't her friend, a man she barely knew. Despite its location hugging the dual carriageway of the A41, this community was small and incestuous. It was virtually impossible to go 10 meters from home without seeing someone you knew or knew of. And they were sitting right in the window. "Don't ever go to the place next to the station," he was saying. "Not if you care about your coffee." Claire didn't really care about her coffee. She didn't have the kind of palate that could distinguish between good coffee and bad coffee, or good wines and bad wines, come to that. But she nodded anyway. "You're full of good advice. I take it you know something about food." "I should hope so," he said. "It's my job, after all." "You're a chef?" "Not quite, but almost. I'm a restaurant consultant. I dole out advice for a living." "Wow," she said. "Sounds like a great job." "It absolutely is." He made way for the waitress to put down their coffee cups and a small jug of frothed milk. "What about you? Do you work?" Claire laughed wryly. No. I've been a stay-at-home mum for 13 years. "And before that?" "Before that I was a student. Oh, except for when I worked in a posh shoe shop for about 6 months, until I got too pregnant to lean down any more." "Was it deliberate?" he asked. "Having a baby so young?" "Totally. All I ever wanted. And my husband was 10 years older than me and ready to go for it, so—" She drifted away from the end of the sentence, suddenly aware that they were heading towards awkward territory. She looked up and saw him gazing at her curiously. She should have guessed he wasn't the kind of man to miss cues, to avoid the meat of a conversation. "And your husband is?" "Chris," she said. "Christian Wilde. He's a documentary maker. You might have heard of him." She saw Leo's face brighten with realization. "Oh, God, of course, yeah. He did that documentary about the Polish skinheads, the neo-Nazi thing." Claire nodded. "Didn't he get an Oscar for that?" Claire smiled proudly. "He was nominated." "So, did you get to walk the red carpet, then?" "Sadly not. Pip was 8 months old and Grace was 19 months, and it was just too much to contemplate." "Bet you regret that now." "God, yeah. He always said, 'Don't worry, you'll be able to come to the next one,' and then there never was a next one. But I don't mind, really. It was just so exciting. Just being on the peripheries of it all was enough." It was so nice to talk about her husband in these terms. For so long all she talked about had been his madness, then his crime, then his hospitalization. He'd come to feel like a fictional character who'd wandered randomly into her life story. "So where is he now? Is he filming a documentary?" Claire caught her breath. She could lie. She could say, "Yes, he's filming undercover on a psychiatric ward." That would solve a lot of problems. But there was something about Leo, about the softness behind his eyes, that made her decide to talk honestly. "Look," she said, "I really don't want this to be public knowledge for the sake of the girls. And I think Grace might actually have told at least one of your daughters that Chris is dead." She looked at him to gauge his response. He looked back at her impassively and sympathetically. If he was hiding anything, he was doing so inscrutably. "But no, he's not dead, and he's not away filming. He's been on a psychiatric ward since November. He had a severe paranoid schizophrenic episode and burned down our house." She paused, waited for Leo's response. It came as a widening of his eyes and a sharp intake of breath. Which is bad, but not, believe it or not, the worst thing. The worst thing is that he's been discharged into God knows whose care, and he's been roaming the streets of London unchecked for more than a fortnight. And the other day he left Pip a package for her birthday on our front doorstep, so he knows where we live. And I genuinely have no idea what to do. She stopped abruptly, and became suddenly aware that she'd been squeezing her own arms so hard she'd left red marks on her skin. She smiled apologetically. "Sorry," she said. "I hadn't really planned to say any of that. I've barely told anyone, not even my own mother, and certainly not the girls." "Please," she looked beseechingly into Leo's eyes. "Please promise me you won't say anything. Not to anyone. Oh, God, I really shouldn't have said anything. If the girls found out—" Leo was looking at her curiously. "Don't you think they should know?" he asked softly. She shook her head. "God, no. Especially not Grace. She's only just stopped having nightmares every night. And Pip, God, if she thought he was out there, she'd probably demand I bring him back into the fold immediately. She's totally, blindly devoted to him. And I don't think she ever really put the two things together, you know? Her daddy and the burned-down house. She's compartmentalized the whole thing." "But Claire—" Leo leaned across the table towards her, so close she could see the blonde roots of his eyelashes. "Is he dangerous? I mean, if he's dangerous, they should know. They should be on their guard, shouldn't they?" Claire sighed. "I don't know. I honestly don't. He never did anything to hurt the girls before, never raised his voice, never raised a hand. Before that night, I genuinely thought he'd never do anything to put any of us in danger. He had his moments, we had to give him a lot of leeway. But even this last episode, it seemed so harmless at first. An obsession with the idea that there was a rat in the wainscoting seemed normal enough, you know. Everyone thinks there might be a mouse or a rat in their house from time to time. But it became more and more overwhelming. He was laying traps and researching stuff on the internet. He started getting up in the middle of the night, convinced he was about to catch it in the act. Then gradually there were more rats and more traps. He started getting really angry, like these rats had some personal vendetta against him. Then he went away for 2 weeks filming, and I got Rent-A-Kill in, and they said there was nothing there. No droppings, no evidence of any kind of rodent. And I'd really hoped that by the time he came home, he'd be better and that there'd be no more talk of rats. But if anything, he was worse. He kept saying we needed to get the girls out of the house, that it was dangerous for them to live in a rat-infested environment, that they could get bitten. I mean—" She looked up at Leo. "I know this all sounds like it must have been nightmarish, but it really wasn't. We were so used to living with these weird episodes. There was always some fantastical object of his obsession. Traffic wardens, gas leaks. They came and went. He'd either just stop, or I'd get him to the doctors and he'd go on medication, and then everything would be normal again for months at a time, sometimes even a year or two. But this one," she sighed. "Well, events escalated, blah, blah, blah. He burned down the house." She paused for a moment, waiting to see if Leo was going to say anything, but he didn't, just sat and gazed at her with a look of unmasked fascination. That night was the maddest I'd ever seen him. Beyond, the craziness of his natural personality, he always had those intense eyes, full of fire. But this was different. He wasn't seeing me, he wasn't seeing the girls. He genuinely thought he'd saved the planet from an alien rat invasion. He was euphoric. "And how has he been since, when you've seen him?" "I haven't." Leo looked at her in surprise. "Seriously?" "No." "Wow. Why not?" "I couldn't." Her voice cracked slightly. "Just couldn't. Even when they said he was doing really well, even when they said it would do him good to see me and the girls. It didn't matter what anyone said, all I could see was his face that night." "But what about the girls? Don't they want to see him?" "Grace, definitely not. She feels the same as me. Scared, But Pip, she's never stopped asking. She's even been writing to him. I probably shouldn't have let her. That's probably how he tracked us down. But I felt so bad. I felt so sorry for her." She shrugged. "I wonder where he is." "I have a theory." She told him about love-struck Roxy and the till receipt from a Tesco in Walthamstow. "Can you remember her surname?" he said. "You could Google her, find out where she's working." "No idea." "Well, what about IMDb? She'll be on the credit list for the documentary she made with your husband." "Yeah," she said. "But why would I want to find her?" "Because if you find her, you'll know where he is, and surely you'll feel better, if you know that." "I don't think anything will make me feel better. Not anymore. I'm beyond feeling better. I just wish—" she began, but then drew herself back from the words that had been on the tip of her tongue. "I just wish none of it had ever happened." "Was it a nice house?" he asked. "It was a lovely house," she gulped. It still made her want to cry whenever she thought about her old home. It was his aunt's. She left it to him. We never changed a thing, not even her funny old pine kitchen, or the brown carpets. We kept talking about it, and we never got round to it, because it was so comfortable, and we were so happy there. And now... She pulled herself up straight. "But seriously, promise me," she said. "Swear you won't say anything, not even to Adele, please." "I swear," he said, solemnly. "But Claire, I'm glad you told me. I can keep an eye out for you, and I will. If you need anything, or if you're scared, I'm just on the other side of the garden." She looked at his soft, sincere face, felt the very male kinetic strength of him. And then she realized why she'd told him, a virtual stranger. He was just the man you'd want around in an emergency. He would get things done, keep everything together, save the day. For her whole adult life she'd had Chris there to protect her when there'd been nothing really to protect her from. Now she needed someone to protect her from her protector. "Thank you," she said. "I'm sure it won't come to that, but thank you. I really, really appreciate it." He smiled. "It's a pleasure, Claire. It really is." He placed a hand on her upper arm and squeezed it. Claire's body twitched at his touch. Her face flushed pink. 13. It was the middle of June. Spring had turned to summer. The garden was technicolor bright and full of people that Pip had never seen before. Tyler was sitting on the grass just outside Pip's garden. Pip looked at her in surprise. Tyler never really came down this end of the garden, and certainly not on her own. "Hi," said Pip airily, preparing to walk past her. "Hi," said Tyler, jumping to her feet. "Where are you going?" "Just up there," said Pip. "You going to see Fergus?" Pip looked at Tyler oddly. How did she know about her and Fergus? She shrugged. "Rhea's up there. I just saw her. I'll come with you." Pip nodded. She wasn't sure what was going on. Tyler never talked to her unless there was a big gang of them. They walked in silence at first. "Where's Grace?" said Tyler, as they neared the brow of the hill. "Don't know," said Pip. "Probably with the sisters. She's there all the time these days." "Yeah, I've noticed. How come you don't hang out there too?" Tyler scratched her scalp with some relish, as though she had nits. Pip noticed that she looked a bit shabby. Her normally glossy blonde hair was lank and dusty-looking, and her once pristine white Converse were grey and dilapidated. There were deep scratches on her arms, as though she'd been dragged through a field of gorse, and a patch of dry red skin around her left nostril. "Don't know. No reason." "Don't you like them?" she carried on. "The sisters?" "Yes, I like them." "They think you don't like them." Pip stopped and turned to face Tyler. "They've been talking about me." "Not really. Someone just said something about you, and they said, 'Oh no, Pip doesn't like us,' or something like that." "What, just because I don't want to go and hang about in their house all the time?" "They said you'd rather hang about with a freak-out giant rabbit and an old lady than hang out with them." "That's crap. I've only seen Fergus like that about 3 times. Yeah, well, that's just what they said. Doesn't mean it's what I think. And anyway, your sister doesn't spend all her time at their apartment, you know. She does other things. I know, she said. She hangs out with Dylan, too. Yeah, like, in his bedroom. No, she doesn't. Yes, she does. She doesn't even know where he lives. Tyler snorted. Of course she does. She's there right now, probably. Pip looked up sharply at the attic windows that Rhea had pointed out to her. The curtains were drawn on all 3 windows, but then they always were. Rhea had told her that Dylan's mum was sensitive to light. Then she glanced down again to the tall windows of the house's apartment. How would she even get in there? She asked, knowing even before the words had left her mouth that it was a cretinous thing to say. Tyler looked incredulously at her and used 2 of her fingers to mime a person walking up some stairs. Rhea wasn't at the top of the hill when they got there. I've got some money, Tyler said. Should we go and get ice creams? I haven't got any money, though. That's okay, said Tyler. I can treat you. Pip didn't have her phone with her. She glanced behind her towards the garden gates. She thought of her nervy mother, who seemed to freak out every 5 seconds when she was out of her sight. And she thought of Grace doing whatever Grace was doing. And even though Tyler was suggesting a 10-minute round trip, it seemed rash somehow and liable to cause problems. But her curiosity overrode her instinctive misgivings, and she said, "Okay, thank you, if you're sure." They set off up the Finchley Road together. It was 5:30. The tube station was belching out creased commuters, most of whom walked straight into the supermarket to buy their dinner. Tyler and Pip peered through the plate glass. The queue for the basket-only checkout was 30 people long. Let's not bother with that. Tyler turned in the other direction. There's a corner shop down this way with a cabinet. Come on. The 10-minute round trip now seemed to have extended itself into a 15-minute round trip. Her mum would be doing tea about now. If Pip wasn't there when she'd finished cooking, she'd try calling her. If she didn't answer her phone, she'd come out into the garden to look for her. If she wasn't in the garden, she'd go to the sister's apartment. And if Grace wasn't there, and she wasn't there, her mum would go completely mental. Pip picked up her pace and said, "Okay, come on though, I need to get back." Tyler looked at her pityingly. "What for?" "Tea," she said. Tyler just tutted and flicked her hair as if she'd never heard of such a silly thing. The pavement was dusty and hot, the sun a burning ochre reflection in the shop windows opposite. A swarm of girls from the private school further up the road were walking towards them. St. Trinian's scruffy in short navy and sunshine yellow skirts, skinny legs, uncombed hair, as loud and territorial as the mums from the halfway house. Pip saw Tyler's lip curl with distaste as they passed. "Posh bitches," she said under her breath. "They're all anorexic, you know. I could have got a scholarship, because of my gran being the headmistress there for so long, but my mum wouldn't let me." They passed the corner shop that Pip had thought Tyler meant. "I can't go in there," said Tyler, nodding at the shop. "They know me in there." Pip looked at her, wondering what that meant. Buses stormed down the bus lane to their right. Tyler stepped off the curb to overtake a woman with a buggy and almost got run down by one. It sounded its horn, long and hard, and Tyler tried to pretend she wasn't shaken. Yeah, she said to the back end of the bus. "Get over yourself." "Shit, you could have died," said Pip, holding her hammering heart. "Whatevs." Pip's discomfiture increased. She should have said no. She didn't even like ice cream very much. Finally, they stopped at a shop. Tyler held the door for Pip, and for a moment they hung over the sides of a chest freezer, gazing into upturned cardboard boxes, evaluating and critiquing the various types of ice cream on offer, like 2 normal girls. Tyler chose a Magnum, and Pip chose a lime Calippo. The time above the cash desk said 5:41 p.m. "How did you scratch your arms?" she asked a moment later. as they headed back towards the garden. Tyler glanced at the injuries. "On my mum's dress." "What?" "Long story. It was sequined. You know, one of those dresses that's got sequins all over it. And I tried to get it off her because she was asleep in it, and it scratched me right up." Tyler shrugged as if to say, "Hey, you know, just one of those things." Pip's skin prickled with the dark glamour of the imagery. It was like something out of one of her Jacqueline Wilson books, the feisty, neglected daughter and the beautiful, broken mother. "Why did your sister lie about your dad?" Pip almost stopped in her tracks. "What do you mean?" "You know, she said your dad was dead, and he isn't." Pip shrugged. "Dunno." There was a profound lack of doubt in the tone of the question. She felt it would be futile to try to deny that Grace had been lying. Instead, she turned the question round onto Tyler. "What about you?" she said. "Where's your dad?" "Don't ask," she said. "Have you met him?" "Thought I had," she said. "Turns out I hadn't. Turns out everyone's been lying about everything." They were nearing the tube station. A few more steps, and Pip would be able to see the mushroom-shaped turret of Rhea's apartment block. "Does your mum ever talk about Phoebe?" Tyler scowled at her. "What do you know about Phoebe?" "Just that she died in the garden. Rhea told me." "Yeah, we talk about it sometimes." "What do you think happened?" "I think it was Gordon, the sister's granddad." "What, seriously?" "Yeah, well, just look at him. He's a filthy old pervert. And Mum says when he was younger he was virtually a rapist. He was always leering over the young girls and making inappropriate comments." "But that doesn't mean he'd kill someone, does it?" "Course it does. Maybe he'd been raping her or something and he needed to shut her up. Or I don't know, maybe she tried to fight him off and he did it by accident or something." "Is that what your mum thinks too?" "Nah. She just thinks Phoebe overdosed." "She was on drugs?" "Yeah, apparently. I don't know. Phoebe was quite wild." "Rhea told me Phoebe was going out with Leo when she died." "Yeah, I think they had this on-off thing going on. She was going out with his brother, too." They'd reached the gates to the garden. Tyler pulled a key out of the pocket of her hoodie and let them in. "I'll wait up." Her phone had made a noise, and she pulled it from her other pocket and switched it on. "There you go." She turned the phone to face Pip. "I told you so." She wasn't sure what she was seeing at first. It was a photograph on Instagram of a boy and girl. He had his arm around her shoulder, and their cheeks were pressed together, and there was a cartoon heart drawn around them, and the words, "Me and the gorgeous G." It was Grace and Dylan. "That," said Tyler, pointing at the wall behind them in the photo, "is Dylan's wallpaper in his bedroom. And that photo was posted 2 minutes ago. So," she pointed at the attic windows opposite. "Believe me now?"
Dear Daddy, Grace and Dylan are going out. It's properly official. I don't even know what that means when you're 13 years old. Some of the kids in my class say they're going out, but they're not really. They're just hanging out, basically. Not even holding hands. It's really stupid, but maybe it's different when you're in year 8. Maybe you do kissing and stuff. They keep putting photos of themselves on Instagram. They have their faces touching sometimes. So, I don't know. It's all just weird. Grace won't talk to me about it. She's really changed. Like a few months ago, we were virtually the same, and now she's got boobs and she started wearing makeup. She's taller than Mum, she's got really thin, and now this. I don't like it. I feel like I've lost her. Like I've lost you. I'm feeling sad today, and angry. Angry with you for doing that stupid thing and leaving us all behind and making us come to this place, and angry with Mum for not letting us see you, and really, really angry with Grace for just kind of walking away from it all and leaving me behind. So, I'm quite glad you're probably never going to read this letter, because it's not a very happy one, and given the place you're in right now, it's probably not a good idea for you to read sad letters. Love you, Daddy. Your Pipsqueak.
14. Adele bumped into Cece on the Finchley Road on Friday. It was the first time she'd seen her since their dinner party earlier that month, and since her discovery about her summer fling with Leo 23 years ago. It was a sunny day with a warm breeze, and Cece was wearing denim hot pants, a loose grey t-shirt, pink trainers, and black Ray-Bans, an outfit not dissimilar to those her daughter wore. Her long blonde hair was tied up in a ponytail. Men turned and stared as she walked past them. She smiled when she saw Adele approaching and stopped, signifying that she'd be happy to chat for a while. "Hello, gorgeous." She leaned in and kissed Adele's cheek. She smelled of coconut and stale alcohol. "I kept meaning to drop you a note or something, to thank you for that lovely dinner the other week. I'm so hopeless." "Oh, God, honestly, don't worry about it. It was nothing, just some curry." "But it was nice. No one ever seems to do that kind of thing anymore. It's lovely when someone makes the effort. And I promise I'll try and return the favour. But you know, work is crazy and space is limited. It's so hard to find the time." I know. Adele nodded understandingly. Cece was a social worker. In other words, she had a real job, a proper job. And she was a single mother. Adele could never hope to compete in a who's got the least free time battle with her, and neither would she want to. "How are the girls?" "They're fine," she said. "Great, in fact, although we've still got the dreaded Gordon staying with us, making inappropriate comments left, right, and centre." "Ugh. Gordon. Christ, I forgot he was here. How's his rancid foot?" "Gone. We're just waiting for the prosthetic. Could be a while." Cece winced. "And you're playing nurse, I suppose?" "To a certain extent. He has people coming in to deal with the foot itself." "Or the remains of the foot." Adele couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, the remains of the foot. And Leo's been taking as much time off work as he can, but yes, essentially I'm caring for him. And teaching your 3 girls. Yes, and teaching the girls." "God." Cece shook her head wonderingly. "I don't know how you do it." There was no irony in her tone, and Adele was struck by how often women undervalued their own efforts, while being endlessly impressed by those of their peers. "Oh, by the way," Adele laughed nervously, "such a funny thing. You know, I've been editing Rhea's memoirs, and she mentioned something that happened that summer, the summer you lost your sister. Something between you and Leo. And I honestly had no idea that you and he had—" "Oh, God, that!" Cece put her hand to her mouth. "How embarrassing. You know, I think I've actually edited that out of my psyche. I made such a total tit of myself." Adele laughed, as though she were in on the joke. "Poor Leo," Cece continued. "I decided that he was it, you know, the sun and the moon and the universe. And I basically stalked the poor guy until he caved. And, God, you know nothing happened, right? He just let me hang out with him. Let me be his pretend girlfriend. I mean, I was only 13 or something ridiculous. There was no way anything untoward was going to happen. I mean, obviously." She stopped and put her face to the air, as if feeling for the direction of the wind, then turned back to Adele. "Did you talk about it with Leo?" Adele nodded. "What did he say? Did he even remember it?" "Yes, he remembered it, and he said what you said, that it was just a bit of fun, a bit of harmless snogging." "Oh, God!" Cece dropped her face into her hands. "Did he tell you that? I didn't think. I'm surprised. It was a bit weird, really, when you think about it. I was so young. He was virtually a man. But at the time, I mean, you know what that garden's like. Things happen in that garden differently to how they happen in the real world. Different rules apply. And when you're 13, I don't know, you just can't wait for it all, can you? You want it all to start now." Adele smiled tightly. She thought of 13-year-old Fern, 13-year-old Tyler, almost 13-year-old Grace, with their breasts and their waists and their attitudes. Did they want it all to start now? "Did your mother know?" she asked. "God, no. She was up in arms enough about Phoebe. Thought Phoebe was out of control and I was the least of her worries. Not, she clasped Adele's forearm, that there was technically anything to worry about. 5 minutes of nothing, that's all it was. But I don't think she'd have liked it. I don't suppose I'd like it if it was Tyler. She smiled wanly. Anyway, she glanced beyond Adele at the shops ahead. I better get on. But I meant to ask, what did you make of the new neighbour? What was her name? Claire? She seems perfectly nice, I suppose. A bit quiet, a bit cagey. Did you find out about the dad thing? Was I right? Christ, I was burning to ask her. She stopped as the inappropriateness of her choice of words dawned upon her. Then she laughed. Excuse the pun. I so wanted to ask her. Did anything come out that I missed? No, nothing at all. She didn't mention the father. Nobody asked. And according to the girls, Gray said he's dead. I don't suppose she'd say that, unless it was either true or more palatable than the truth. Poor girls, said Cece vaguely. If it was their dad who did that to their house, they must be so fucked up. They both shook their heads sadly, and then Cece straightened and said, Right, really must get on. I've got a date tonight. I have to get my eyebrows done and a wax. But look, I know you've got a lot on your plate right now, what with Gordon the octopus and everything, but would it be okay if I sent Tyler down to yours? Just until I get home. I won't be late. 11-ish? Adele smiled and swallowed a sigh. Sure, she said. No problem. And there it was, classic Cece. No doubt if she hadn't bumped into Adele in the street, she'd just have sent Tyler down anyway, on some kind of flimsy pretext. Either that or left Tyler alone for the evening. Phoebe's unexplained death had left so many bruises and scars on her family, and as the younger sister, she'd had to carry most of her hurt in the small, soft core of herself. Tyler had been the result of some kind of mistake, never quite explained, and she'd never really worked out how to mother her properly. Thought parenting was something you could opt in and out of depending on your mood. Are you sure? Of course, she said. Absolutely. In fact, a thought occurred to her. Our new Tenterite this week. Maybe I'll put it up and let the kids muck around out there this evening. Invite some of the other children. The weather's meant to be good. What do you think? Cece shrugged. Sounds good to me, she said, as of course she would. And then she squeezed Adele to her, told her she was a star, and disappeared up the Finchley Road, leaving behind her a backdraft of unhappiness. Tyler arrived at 7 o'clock with Dylan in tow. Grace arrived shortly afterwards. Gordon sat in his wheelchair in the living room, tutting at each arrival. Mrs. H, he called to her in the kitchen. Can't you put a lock on this door? This house is filling up with waifs and strays. I invited them, Gordon, she called back. We're doing a campfire. Oh, good Christ! What on earth for? He appeared at her side a moment later. Hook me up to Skype, will you? I want to talk to my wife and get away from all these bloody teenagers. Adele looked up at him from the laptop. She'd been researching something for a project she and the girls were working on for their history module. She thought about protesting, but couldn't find the resolve. Fine, she said, bringing up Skype and clicking on Affy's number. She pushed her chair out of the way and helped Gordon negotiate his wheelchair into the space. Any chance of a glass of red? He asked, tapping his fingertips impatiently against the tabletop as he waited for Affy to answer. And maybe a square or two of that posh chocolate you've been hiding from me. Adele rolled her eyes. The posh chocolate was an attempt to control Gordon's appetite for cheap sugar. Leo had bought it for him, and was rationing it out square by square. If he's going to insist on eating sugar, at least let it be good quality sugar, he'd said. She snapped off 2 squares, poured him a small glass of Pinot Noir, and set both in front of him. He growled at her by way of thanks, and then Affy's face appeared on the screen. She looked tired and displeased. "Gordon, you look thin." Gordon turned from the screen and beamed at Adele. "There," he laughed, pointing at Affie on the screen. "Did you hear that, Mrs. H? Affie!" he yelled at the screen. "Look at this." He showed his wife the 2 squares of chocolate. "Look what they give me here. They call this a snack. They keep telling me I'm too fat and trying to starve me." Adele groaned, took some bowls from a low cupboard and filled them with crisps she'd bought specially. Then she took them into the living room and laid them in front of the children. It alarmed her slightly, the sheer size of all these children. It felt like only yesterday that her flat had been filled with small, muddy-footed children, running in and out, leaving a trail of toys and leaves and crumbs in their wake. Now those small children were static, adult-sized, seething with unspoken thoughts and warped emotions. They pounced on the crisps as though they'd not been fed in days. "Thank you, Adele, thank you very much." So polite. All those years of being reminded and cajoled into please and thank yous by their parents finally paying dividends. Adele sat at a remove, not wanting to be in the kitchen with Gordon, yet not feeling quite like she belonged in here either. There was something heavy and peculiar in the atmosphere. Tyler was sitting, as she usually did, curled into Dylan on the sofa. Catkin sat cross-legged on the floor, a piece of schoolwork on the floor at her feet, a pen in her hand, her ears plugged with buds attached to an iPod. Fern and Grace sat side by side, slightly awkwardly, as though they didn't know each other. Willow sat on the window ledge, feet kicking back and forth against the radiator. Bang, 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 chatting stream of consciousness style to Tyler and Dylan about something someone had said about someone else that someone else had said to her that was just so shocking, her mouth falling open, her eyes widening every few words to better communicate the horror of the thing. "What happened to your arms, Tyler?" asked Adele, noticing a pattern of fine red scratches over both her forearms. Tyler touched her arms protectively. "Oh, God, nothing. Just did it getting a football out of the blackberry bushes for some kid." She shrugged and smiled. "Looks sore," said Adele. "It's fine. It's healing." Adele nodded, but kept her gaze on Tyler. She didn't look quite right. Despite being something of a tomboy, she'd always been strangely meticulous about her appearance. Couldn't bear to have a rip in her jeans or a tangle in her hair. Adele had put this down to the influence of her mother, who, despite, in her opinion, being a high-functioning alcoholic and heavy recreational drug user, always looked immaculate. But Tyler looked slightly dog-eared today. Her hair needed a wash. Her Converse were grey with a frayed hole on one side. Her skin looked dry. And then there were those scratches on her arms. There was a slam as Leo arrived at the front door. The dog scrambled to his feet. Willow darted to the hallway. Everyone turned expectantly to look towards the door, and then he walked in, and the whole atmosphere lifted. Tyler's face lit up as it always did when she saw Leo. She'd adopted Leo as her surrogate father from a young age, and because she didn't have to live with him, she still saw him with a golden, childish lack of objectivity. Within moments of his arrival, all the children were out in the garden, loudly collaborating to get the tent up. Max wandered across and joined in. Smaller children, curious and wide-eyed, stood and watched from the sidelines. Neighbours came over to chat. Catkin wheeled Gordon out, and he sat, his half-empty wineglass clutched in his fist, passing a running commentary on the foolhardiness of all involved. It was a day short of the equinox, and the sun sat high in the evening sky. It would not grow dark for hours. Leo brought out chilled wine in a thermal sleeve and a stack of plastic cups, offering it round to all the adults. Up above, Rhea sat on her balcony, her rabbit on her lap, a glass of wine in her own hand, large sunglasses obscuring her small-featured face, the sun glinting off her golden chains and oversized earrings. She held her glass aloft to Adele's. and called something down that Adele couldn't hear above the din of conversation. Adele raised her glass up to Rhea and smiled, and felt that swell of joy she always felt at this time of the year, when the garden came back to life. She hadn't eaten since midday, and the icy wine hit her senses like an intravenous shot of pleasure. If, quite against all of Adele's naturally held beliefs, it turned out that there was an afterlife, she strongly suspected that in heaven it would always be a Friday night. Any Friday night would do, even a grey, wet one at the fag end of January. But this Friday night in particular, with the prospect of another 3 hours of daylight, a low nighttime temperature of 18 degrees, the weekend lying ahead of them, her children engaged and happy with their friends, and the early softening effects of a good white wine, this Friday night would be a good one to live over and over again in perpetuity. Adele cupped her eyes against the sun as a figure approached. She thought at first that it was a child, then realized it was Claire, in a summer dress, her short hair held off her face with a thin black band. She held up a welcoming hand, and Claire walked towards her. "Hi," she said. "Claire." "Hi," Claire said. Adele tipped her glass towards the tent. "What do you think of our monster tent?" Claire appraised it. "Very nice," she said. Leo got to his feet as she approached. "Claire," he said. "Hi. Can I interest you in a glass of wine?" "Yes, thank you. Just a small one." "There you go." He handed her a cup. "Cheers." Claire sat down on the grass next to Adele and sipped her wine. "Can never get used to how different it looks from over here," she said, surveying the sweep of garden. "I know," said Leo. "That's the magic of the garden, the way it was laid out to give so many different aspects. Your side was designed to feel like a country hamlet, you know, all the little paths and nooks and crannies, whereas this side was meant to be sweeping and grandiose." "Looking down on the little people," Claire suggested dryly. "Well, yes, I suppose. Like the old estates with the big house at the crown and the workers somewhere at the bottom. Except, of course, this is central London and we're all equal now." He laughed. They all turned to look at the tent, which was currently bulging with outlined parts of children's bodies, shrieks of mirth and overexcitement emanating from within. "So nice to see them all actually playing," said Adele, "instead of just sitting about." "I know," said Claire. "I miss the playing." "Such a funny age, isn't it?" said Adele. 13. "Bittersweet," said Leo. "Animals," Gordon growled from the terrace. "Animals when they're born, animals when they're grown. That's all there is to it. And you lot, you modern parents, you sit and you talk and you talk and you talk, like you can make any difference to any of it." He snapped his left hand open and shut. "Well, you can't. Keep 'em clean, keep 'em fed, tell 'em what the rules are. Give 'em a good hard nip if they break the rules. Let them know who's boss. Then, when they're not animals anymore, let them go. That's all there is to it. I fear for this generation of children, I really do. Can't take a fucking crap without Mummy and Daddy standing over them and analysing it all, making fucking notes." He mimed scribbling into a notepad and snarled. Adele and Leo groaned. "Gordon, for Christ's sake," said Adele. "Every generation does things differently, and it's all about getting the balance right. I personally think all these kids are amazing. They're confident and focused and sociable." "Call that middle one of yours confident, Mrs. H? Really? What sort of 13-year-old still needs a comfort blanket?" "It's not a comfort blanket, Gordon. It's a sensory thing. She just likes the feel of it." "Bullshit. It's a comfort blanket. Poor child probably can't get over the fact that she's not a baby anymore. Wants to crawl back up your front passage and into the womb." Adele, Claire, and Leo all exchanged outraged looks. Then they shook their heads and laughed. It got to a certain point, with Gordon, when there was no suitable response, when you just needed to shake your head and change the subject. As the sky glowered and the sun slid behind the terrace beyond, Leo lit a match and set his campfire alight. The children emerged from the tent, tousled and eager. Adele passed round the special toasting marshmallows she'd found in a local deli, big fat ones, the size of muffins, speared onto extra long wooden stakes. Claire finished her wine and said she was going in. "I want you in when it's dark, girls," she said to Grace and Pip. "I mean it. I don't care what everyone else is doing. 10 o'clock and no later." Adele watched her walking back across the lawn, tiny and unsteady on her feet. She'd only had 2 cups of wine, but seemed slightly unstitched. The campfire crackled red and amber, sending tiny sparkles of gold into the grey night sky. The children were peaceful and contemplative, their faces patterned with coppery shadows. Adele let her soul fill up with it all, and poured herself another glass of wine. 15. Claire sat in her own back garden. It was 10 o'clock, and the sun had finally gone down, leaving behind a sky that was a curious reddish shade of black. But the garden was still bustling and alive, filled with the echoing whoop and holler of children roaming freely, the sounds of wine glasses and raised voices. The flat seemed eerily quiet without the girls in it. Every moment or two, Claire would stretch her neck just a little, looking out through the trees for the shadowy outlines of her girls, silently hoping for one of them to appear at the back gate, moaning about something, or maybe even crying a bit, at which juncture Claire would be able to stride across the garden, bristling with annoyance, call the other one in, lock the back door on all 3 of them, and go peacefully to bed. Her thoughts returned to her drinks earlier with Leo and Adele. She'd only stayed an hour, just long enough for 2 glasses of wine. She was a feeble drinker. More than a glass or 2, and her eyes would cross, her legs turn to jelly, people would have to help her home or tuck her into a spare bed. More than 3 or 4 drinks, and in all likelihood she would throw up. Possibly endearing as a young girl, but now in her early 30s, with 2 children the same height as her, horribly unseemly. A breeze blew across from the trees and ruffled the pages of that morning's edition of Metro on the chair next to her. She'd picked it up at the tube station earlier, even though she wasn't getting on a tube. She liked the commuter papers. They were written for people who inhabited a different world to hers. She'd never been a commuter. She'd been a student, then she'd been a wife, then she'd been a mother. All before she was 21. And she liked to live vicariously in this world of stolen glances across carriages and texted quick-fire observations, of delayed trains from Orpington and people looking after fainting strangers on the underground. It made her feel like a part of it all. It made her feel normal. There was no response from Grace's phone, so she called Pip's. No response from there, either. She sighed and went inside to fetch a torch. The air was still so warm, even with the light breeze that had begun to pick up. As she reached the brow of the hill, she looked up and saw the old woman still sitting on her balcony. The sweeping curve of the stucco terrace on the other side was patterned with rectangular cutouts, each a different shade of gold, each framing a different life, a different set of secrets and problems. It reminded Claire of one of those old-fashioned nativity calendars, with a beautiful vignette behind each door instead of a chocolate. Leo sat out on his terrace, his laptop open on the table in front of him, a bottle of beer at his elbow, the dog by his feet. He smiled as she approached. "Hello again," he said. She could see the lines in his handsome face in the harsh uplight from his screen. His heavy eyebrows threw dark shadows up onto his brow, and he looked vaguely ghoulish. "Hi," she said. "Just looking for the girls. Have you seen them?" He cupped his hand around his ear. "I can certainly hear them," he said, "but I can't say I've seen any of them for a while." "Oh," said Claire, her heart rate picking up. It was bright here in the light of the big houses, but in other corners of the garden it was dark. She turned and looked over her shoulder. "Do you think—" "They're fine," he said. "Don't worry about them. They're all together." Then he turned and looked over his shoulder, through the doors behind him. He beckoned her over. He patted the other side of the bench he was sitting on. She sat next to him, conscious of the warmth emanating from him, his square-tipped fingers wrapped around the beer bottle, his bare feet close to hers beneath the table. She breathed in the smell of him, and briefly allowed herself a moment's imagining of another world, a parallel world, where she had met a man like Leo, married a man like Leo, had her children with a man like Leo. A world where she woke up next to this fragrant, sane man every day, where she got to keep him, and her daughters got to keep him, and every day was blissful in its simplicity and predictability. Did Adele have any idea how lucky she was? She wondered. "Look," he said, checking over his shoulder again that there was no one standing behind them, and then angling the screen of his laptop towards her. "Roxy Hancock, 13 Basildon Gardens, E11. And there's her mobile phone number." Claire widened her eyes at him. "How did you—" "Easy," he said. "I told you. Found her name on IMDb, Googled her name with the Walthamstow postcode. It came up on a movie freelancer site. Took less than a minute." "Right," she said, staring at the information on the screen. "God." Leo leaned back and stretched himself out. His T-shirt rode up slightly, revealing a strip of soft, hairy stomach. Claire pulled her gaze from it. "So now you know where he's living." "Yes, I do. Thank you. But, God, I'm not sure I—" "You could call her," he said, leaning forward again, closing the gap between his T-shirt and the waistband of his shorts. "Send her a text, whatever. It's up to you. But I think it's important you know, just in case. Here." He passed her a piece of paper. "I wrote it all down for you. Keep it somewhere safe. And now—" he turned his attention back to the screen. "I am going to delete my search history, because in a house full of people like this, you really don't know who might stumble across things they shouldn't." He did this, and then turned to smile at her. "There you go, all safe and hidden away." She wanted to touch him in some way. Place the palm of her hand against his cheek, squeeze his knee, kiss his hand. She wanted in some way to claim him. Instead, she said, "Thank you. That's really kind of you." And he smiled at her in that soft-eyed, attentive way of his and said, "You are very welcome." The garden felt terrifyingly alive. Bushes rustled and crackled. Things darted across the lawns. Shadows grew and shrank and grew again. Pip jumped. "It's just cats," Tyler said. "You know they're nocturnal, right?" They were sitting on the grass on the brow of the hill, hiding in the shadows of a full-grown chestnut tree. It was just the two of them. Pip wasn't sure why. It had been a really strange evening. She hadn't wanted to come out in the first place, and then Willow had come to the back door and basically bullied her into coming to the campfire. And then it had been fun for a while. They'd mucked about in the tent and toasted giant marshmallows, and her mum had been there for a while too, and Pip had been having a really nice time. And then when the campfire had burned itself down and her mum had gone home, things had changed. The older ones had disappeared into the shadows by the benches, and Pip and Willow had hung out in the playground. Then, a few minutes later, Tyler had joined them. That had been okay for a while, too. It was still light then, and Willow had been there, and Tyler had been happy playing along with their slightly weird hyper game, where they were pretending to be orphans who'd run away to the circus. This was Willow's game, of course. Willow was totally mad, and like Pip, a big fan of Jacqueline Wilson. And then Willow had gone inside, and Tyler had said, "Let's go and sit over there." And that was about an hour ago, and they were still sitting here. Every now and then, Tyler would jump to her feet and peer around the chestnut tree at the other kids on the benches at the top. "What are they doing?" asked Pip. "Not a lot," she replied. "Just sort of hanging out. Shall we go and sit with them?" "No, let's stay here." Pip's shoulders dropped. She felt manipulated and uncomfortable. "Have you got a boyfriend?" Tyler asked, suddenly and unexpectedly. "What? No, of course not. I'm only 12. Have you?" Tyler grimaced. "No fucking way," she said. "Boys my age are all losers." "Apart from Dylan?" "Yeah, well, I used to think that, now I'm not so sure." She picked at the skin around her fingernails and threw a fleeting glance in the direction of the others. Then she turned abruptly to look at Pip. "Has Grace said anything?" she asked, "about her and Dylan?" "No, not really. I did ask her about that photo on Instagram, the one you showed me, and she said there were other people in the room, like some friend of Dylan's from school or something." "Yeah, right." "Well, that's what she said." "Dylan never invites friends home. He's too embarrassed. You know his mum's like virtually a hoarder, and their flat is really tiny and dirty, and his mum's really weird and unfriendly." "No," she said conclusively. "They were on their own up there. And your sister is a liar." The accusation rankled. Pip felt she should be able to tell Tyler that she was wrong, that Grace would never lie to her. But she didn't believe that to be the case anymore. "Well, even if she was lying about that, what does it matter?" she countered. "She's 12 years old. He's 13. It's not like they'd be having sex or anything." Tyler looked at her pityingly. "Shit," she said. "Really? Do you really believe that?" "What time is it?" Pip asked, desperate now to get away from Tyler, to go home to her mother. She'd left her phone in the tent, and she was too scared to go and get it in the dark on her own. Tyler pulled out her own phone, looked at it, and said, 10:05. "Shit," said Pip. "I need to go. I told my mum I'd be home at 10. 5 minutes isn't going to make any difference," Tyler snapped. Then she put a finger to her lips and shushed her. "Listen," she whispered. "What?" "It's gone really quiet up there. Come on." "What?" She scrambled to her feet after Tyler. "Where are we going?" Tyler shushed her again. "Just come." They tiptoed together through the darkness towards the benches at the top of the hill. "Stop." Tyler put a hand against Pip's chest. Her gaze straight ahead of them, like a hunter with their prey in view. "Get down." Pip dropped to her knees. They were a few feet from the benches. "Look," Tyler said, turning to Pip, her eyes burning with triumph and hurt. "Just look." It was darker here. No light from the houses reached this part of the garden, and it took Pip's eyes a second or two to work out what she was seeing. And then she knew. Lying side by side on the grass, staring into the starless sky, were Fern and Catkin. They were passing a lit cigarette between them. A tiny nub of glowing gold that shone hot red every time one of them inhaled. And there on the bench, a kind of two-headed animal, which, as Pip's eyes made sense of things, slowly revealed itself to be her sister astride Dylan, her legs wrapped fully around his torso, her face planted entirely on his hands in her hair, their twinned bodies rolling together like a dance. Pip felt her stomach lurch, a huge surge of molten marshmallows rising through her gut towards her mouth. And then a terrible pang of something else. Something wrong and bad, almost like excitement. She turned away. "Where are you going?" Tyler hissed. Home. Aren't you going to say anything? Like what? Like that you saw her? Like that she's a slag? She's not a slag. Tyler directed Pip's gaze back to the benches. It's nothing to do with me, she said. I don't even care. Tyler grabbed her shoulder and turned her round to face her. This, she snarled, is disgusting. Someone needs to know about this. They are children, she said, her fingertips digging into Pip's bones. They are fucking children. And then she stormed away from her, her eyes filled with tears, her hands held in small, pointed fists at her sides. Now it was Pip's turn to call out. Where are you going? I don't know, she shouted back. Nowhere. Pip watched her stamping across the lawn towards the garden gates, her thin ponytail swinging back and forth with each step. She saw her kick the trunk of a tree as she passed it. Then she saw her disappear into the shadows briefly before slamming the garden gate shut behind her. Pip glanced back at the figures behind her. Someone was passing the cigarette to Dylan, although Pip was beginning to suspect it wasn't a cigarette. She watched Dylan inhale on it, then offer it to Grace. Grace shook her head and climbed off Dylan's lap. Then Pip saw a circle of light swinging back and forth on the grass. Pip, is that you? Her mother's voice. Pip looked at the teenagers on the hill to see if they'd heard. She saw someone stub out the cigarette, heard loud whispers, a quick rearrangement of bodies. What are you doing out here all on your own? I'm not, she said. I was with Tyler. She just went inside, literally. Her mother was by her side now. Pip pulled her to her, absorbing the familiarity of her body and her smell. Where's Grace? Somewhere up there, I think. She pointed up the hill. Claire called for her, and Grace appeared almost immediately, wide-eyed and smiling. Hi, Mum, sorry. I lost track of the time. I tried calling you both, she said. Neither of you answered. I left my phone in the tent, said Grace. So did I, said Pip. Claire tutted and touched their hair. If you're going to disobey me, at least have your phones with you. They collected their phones from the tent, and then they walked, the three of them, arms linked, across the garden, back to their flat. In bed that night, Pip stared at Grace across the bedroom. Don't you think you're a bit young? She began. Grace stared at her darkly, as if daring her to say what she thought she might be about to say. For what? For what you were doing with Dylan. I wasn't doing anything with Dylan. You were, I saw you. You mean you were watching? No, I wasn't watching. I was with Tyler and she said, look at this. And it was you and Dylan, and then I stopped looking. I'm not a pervert. Grace groaned. Fucking Tyler, she hissed under her breath. What is her fucking problem? Well, it's kind of obvious, isn't it? She's jealous. Fuck's sake, what of? It's not like Dylan is her boyfriend or anything. No, said Pip, but he's her best friend. And what have I got to do with that? They can still be best friends. I'm not stopping them. Pip didn't say what she wanted to say. That how could Tyler be best friends with Dylan when he was with Grace all the time? Instead, she opened her book and pretended to read. You won't tell Mum, will you? Said Grace, her voice soft and scared. Of course I won't. Pip had always kept Grace's secrets, from when they were tiny, always proud to be entrusted with them. Or about the other stuff? What other stuff? You know, what the others were doing? The drugs, you mean? Pip felt weird even saying the word. Yes, and that was nothing to do with me. I don't do that kind of stuff. I never would. You know, she said, turning on her side to face Pip, cannabis can give you paranoid schizophrenia. Pip looked at her questioningly. Seriously, Pip, this is important. mental illness can be hereditary, which means that you or I might have it in our DNA already. And if we smoke cannabis, it could bring it out and we could end up with it. Her eyes were wide and imploring. We must never take drugs. Never. "'Kay," said Pips. "Whatevs." "Promise me?" "I promise, okay?" "No, really, promise me." Pip rolled her eyes, but deep down she felt touched by her sister's concern. "I really promise, I promise, promise." She smiled, and Grace smiled. "My best girl," said Grace. "And mine," said Pip. Pip fell asleep that night with a lightness in her heart that she hadn't felt for a long time. 16. "Look at this, Mrs. H." Adele turned at the sound of Gordon's booming voice behind her. She looked down, expecting to see him in his chair, and then had to raise it when she realized that he was standing. "Gordon," she exclaimed, "you're up." "Yes," he said. "What's her name? Physio woman. She noticed how much weight I'd lost. Told me I should give the crutches a try. I mean, Christ, look at this." He pulled out the waistband of his old man jeans to display the looseness. "I'm fading away." But for once he didn't sound cross about it. He sounded triumphant. And Adele noticed he'd lost some of the disturbing redness to his face, the look he'd had for so long of a boil that was about to pop. It was possible for the first time in years to see the handsome man he'd once been. "That's amazing, Gordon," she said. "So good to see you on your feet again. I mean, your foot." He laughed out loud at her faux pas. "Good to be upright," he said, "and pain-free. But listen, Mrs. H, bit of a favour to ask you. You going to the shops at all today?" "I certainly am." "Well, there's something I need you to get for me." "Right," she said to Gordon a few hours later, unloading shopping onto the table. "They didn't have the one you asked for, so I got you this." She held it towards him. "Is it brown?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "It's brown. Slightly lighter than the one you're used to, but I think it will suit you better." "As long as it's brown, I don't give a shit." "Good," she said. "Right, well, shall we do it now?" "No time like the present, Mrs. H." She fetched an old towel from the airing cupboard, sat Gordon on a kitchen chair and pinned the towel around his shoulders. Then she opened the package of hair dye and read the instructions. It hadn't been strictly true that they didn't have his shade of brown in stock. They'd had plenty of choice in the unnaturally creepily dark brown for a 70-year-old man department, but she'd chosen something lighter, hopefully less alarming. The girls were in the garden and in their rooms, their lessons over for the day. Leo was still at work. Scout lay under the table at Gordon's feet. The kitchen radio was tuned into Radio 6. Adele mixed the ingredients of the hair dye together, put on some clear plastic gloves, and then, using a plastic comb, parted Gordon's silky hair and began squeezing the cream onto his snowy white roots. "Does Affie do this for you at home?" "Of course she does. Or one of her daughters." "Her daughters? But they're only young, aren't they?" "They're 11. Affie's first husband had died when she was pregnant with twin girls. They'd been a year old when Gordon had met her through an Anglo-African dating website 10 years ago. "Gosh," she said, "and you've got them doing your hair?" "It's different there," he said. "Children aren't put on bloody pedestals. They're brought up to take responsibility for their homes, to respect old people. They wouldn't see it as an imposition to do my hair. They'd see it as part of their role as a member of a family. None of this fucking eye-rolling and tutting that Western children do. You know those girls of yours, yes, they're all very polite with their hello, how are yous, and they're offering around the drinks to guests. But they treat you like a fucking slave, Mrs. H. That middle one, Fern. Yes, Fern. The other day I watched her peel a satsuma and then just leave the peel. pile it all up in a neat little mound and leave it there, for her slave to dispose of. Christ, if one of Affy's girls did that, she'd beat them black and blue. Or I would. Adele stopped in her tracks, the bottle of dye suspended above Gordon's head. What? Well, not black and blue, but a clip here and there, of course. But, Gordon, they're not even your children. How could you bear to lay a finger? They are my children, he said. I've raised them from babies. I pay for their schooling, their clothing, their food. They call me Papa. Of course they're my children. Doesn't Affy mind? Mind? No. Why would she mind? She expects me to discipline them. She'd think I was spoiling them if I didn't. And if there's one thing you don't find very often in Central Africa, it's spoiled children. Leo's mother, my first wife, Christ, she spoiled our boys. Spoiled all three of them. I tried to keep discipline in this house, but she wouldn't let me. If I so much as laid a hand on one of her precious sons, she wouldn't talk to me for days. He sighed sadly, as though his troubles were deep and endless. But they've all turned out okay, haven't they? You know, Gordon, with parenting there's a long game and a short game. The aim of the short game is to make your children bearable to live with, easy to transport, well-behaved in public places. In other words, to make your own life easier. And yes, you can achieve that with punishments, with discipline, with a clip here and there. But the aim of the long game is to produce a good human being. And personally, I don't believe that you need to play the short game in order to win the long game. I genuinely believe you can skip it, that it's optional. There was a beat of weighty and ominous silence before Gordon spoke. That is utter bullshit. Dear Christ, Mrs. H. It's in the middle of your so-called short game that the worst things can happen. Your dear, oh, so innocent children are running wild out there, just like my boys did, and look what happened there. Adele drew a breath. What happened? Oh, you know, the business with the girl, Phoebe, the one who died. But that had nothing to do with your sons, with Leo. Didn't it? No, of course it didn't. If you say so. Of course I say so. Jesus, Gordon. What are you going on about? She shook her head crossly. I'm talking about kids, Mrs. H. Terrible, dreadful, blasted, awful kids. They've all got a darkness inside them. They've all got the capacity for evil. Give them free range over a piece of territory like that out there, and you've got Lord of the Flies. You cannot afford to take your eye off the ball for a second. Not for even a second. You know, you think you're keeping your girls all pure and unsullied in this gilded cage of yours. But what you don't seem to realise is that you can protect children from the world, but you can't protect children from themselves. Adele's thoughts raced horribly to the strange passage in Rhea's memoir. The houseboys hanging around with no tops on, acting like gangsters and hoodlums with their gold chains and their ghetto blaster. And the girls, the young girls being passed from brother to brother, until one of them died. She shook her head to dislodge the image, and slowly she roused herself back to the present. She combed the dye through Gordon's thick hair, allowing the sharp chemical tang to seep into the membranes inside her nose. Then she covered his head with a clear plastic cap and said, "There you go, Gordon. 20 minutes and you'll be a vision." Still shaken by Gordon's words, Adele watched the girls from the terrace later that evening. Ever since Catkin had been young enough to toddle across the garden on her own and find her way back home again, Adele had used it as an unpaid babysitter. Her children were safe out there. She could concentrate on other things, cook a meal, tidy a room, make a phone call. And as the years had gone by and her girls had got bigger and made friends, spending hours out there instead of minutes, she'd become more and more dependent on the space it gave her. As far as she was concerned, the garden was an extension of her home. There were other people out there, but they had her children's best interests at heart, just as she had their children's best interests at heart. Phoebe's death all those summers before had been just one of those things. Nothing to do with the community or with the children. Just a wild child come to a sticky end. But it was a fragile alchemy, too, she realised. And the arrival of the two new girls had disordered things. Dylan and Tyler didn't seem as close anymore. Catkin was pulling away from the gang. There was a fragility between them all that had never been there before. Was it possible, she thought, that something sinister was going on? That the playing that had evolved over the years into hanging out had now begun to evolve into something darker? Willow was indoors with another friend of hers from the garden called Sophie, playing with her chinchilla. Catkin lay in the sun at the top of the hill. Her head rested on a rolled-up jumper, reading a book that she was holding above her head. Fern was on the swings, her long legs bent beneath her into acute triangles, listening to music. At the other end of the garden were Pip and Grace, sitting under one of the willow trees, cross-legged, talking in that intense way of theirs. The scene was as she'd expected it to be, innocent, gentle, an unruffled oasis. She stretched out a hand to pull the dog to her, and ran her hands over his powder-puff ears. Then she heard the garden gate slam, and loud laughter, and the whiz and whir of bicycle wheels. A moment later, Tyler and Dylan streaked past Adele's terrace, engaged in some kind of high-octane race. Tyler stood astride her bike majestically. Dylan crouched forward, his jaw jutting out determinedly. "Hi, you two!" Adele called after them, but they didn't hear her. She saw them do a full circuit of the garden and then come to a breathless halt near Catkin. They stopped there for a while. Catkin put down her book and brought herself up to a sitting position, shielding her eyes from the sun with her forearm while she talked to them. Fern wandered over in that slouchy, nothing-interests-me-in-the-slightest way of hers, and they all sat together for a while chatting. Adele watched with interest to see what Grace and Pip would do. She saw them look over and discuss the situation. She saw Pip shake her head. Then Grace shrugged, got to her feet, and wandered towards the group, while Pip went home. Adele saw Tyler staring as Grace approached, then look her up and down slowly in that awful forensic way that girls do. Then she saw Dylan take Grace's hand briefly in his before letting it go. Tyler clocked the gesture, picked up her bike, then turned and strode across the garden towards the gates. "Where are you going?" Fern called out. "Home," she replied. The four children on the hill stared after her for a while, then turned and looked at Dylan. Dylan shrugged. Then they all went and sat on the benches. So, thought Adele, that's all it was. Grace and Dylan were an item. Tyler was jealous. Pip felt alienated by all the drama. Just normal teenage shenanigans, nothing darker than that. She pulled Scout onto her lap and held him upside down like a baby. She stared into his eyes for a moment, and he stared back into hers. She felt moved suddenly by the innocence of him, the complete lack of guile. It was the same look she'd seen in the eyes of her children when they were babies, and it was heartbreaking. She glanced up at the sound of Leo's voice. She carried the dog to her back gate, where she peered around the corner. She saw him by the entrance to the communal gardens. He had a Waitrose carrier bag in each hand and was talking to Tyler. He was leaning down, watching her intently as she talked. Then he put down the carrier bags and encircled her in his arms. She buried her face deep into the space between his pectorals, her hands squeezed together against his chest. He kissed the crown of her head and rubbed his hands down her hair. Then they pulled away from each other, and he tipped her face up with a thumb under her chin and wiped a tear from her cheek, and she smiled, sadly, and he smiled, and then they said a few more words to each other before Tyler reached up on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek, righted her bike, and disappeared up the passageway towards the gates. Leo collected his shopping bags and greeted Adele with a smile when he saw her waiting for him on their terrace. "Hello, lover." She smiled thinly. Tyler had always had an affectionate relationship with Leo. She'd been one of those children who climbed onto people's laps without invitation, fiddled with people's hair, insisted on games of peekaboo with strangers, who instinctively sought to beguile and ensnare. And Leo had long been a favoured object of her widespread affections. But Tyler was 13 now. Was it still appropriate for him to maintain that kind of physical relationship with her? "What's going on with Tyler?" she asked, following Leo into the kitchen, helping him to unload his shopping bags. "Boy trouble, I think. She didn't really want to talk about it." She watched her husband as he unpacked his shopping and started assembling things for making a soup. As she watched, something vile hit the back of her throat. A sluice of something spicy she'd eaten earlier, mixed up with a large glass of white wine she'd poured for herself half an hour ago. "Poor little Tyler," she said. "Yes," said Leo. "Poor lost soul." 17. Adele loved the entrance to Rhea's mansion block. Double doors, wood panelling, claret carpets, the smell of beeswax and the click and whir of the ancient elevator with its concertina doors polished to a high shine. She took the stairs to the second floor, and Rhea greeted her at her front door. "You'll have to excuse me," Rhea said, gesturing at her outfit of piled orange polo neck, baggy grey leggings, and ancient sheepskin slippers. "I'm not in my Sunday best." "You look lovely, Rhea. You always look lovely." She clutched at her throat and her earlobes. "I feel naked without my bling," she said, laughing. "Give me a minute." She ushered Adele into her living room, where she'd already laid out gilt-rimmed teacups and saucers, and plates of chocolate-topped biscuits, cheese puffs, and sugared almonds. Her giant rabbit sat in a fleece-lined bed, staring at Adele impassively, his nose twitching. And all around were the trophies of Rhea's life. Framed family photos filled every inch of every wall. At least half a dozen different graduation photographs from 3 different decades, formal portraits, and collaged arrangements of sun-faded snaps. Every surface was covered with some kind of lace topping, including the backs of her block-cut velour sofas. Upon her carpeted floor lay a patchwork of extraneous rugs of varying shapes and textures. French doors onto her balcony framed the most exquisite view of the gardens. From here you could see virtually the entire sweep. Adele stepped onto the balcony and looked down. A group of young mothers with their toddlers and babies was sitting just there, in the very spot where Phoebe's body had been found 23 years earlier. Rhea returned, a huge gilt-rimmed teapot in one hand, another packet of biscuits in the other, her neck adorned once more with ropes of gold. "This feather," said Rhea. "It can't last, surely." "Apparently we're set for a long hot summer," said Adele. "Well, that would be nice for a change." She laid the pot on the table, her hand shaking slightly, then sat down next to Adele and appraised her warmly. "How are your family?" "They're fine, thank you," Adele replied. "Your beautiful girls?" "They're doing great. And your handsome husband?" "Still handsome. And what about your father-in-law? I hear he is your guest for now." "Yes," Adele sighed, "for my sins." "Ah, that man. You know, Adele, it may not be my place to say this, but I would not be happy to have that man in my house, with my daughters." Adele raised her brow. "Oh, Rhea, he's not that bad. He's always had a wandering eye, but he's not about to commit incest." "Well, still, you should keep an eye on him. Once a dog, always a dog. A leopard cannot change his spots." Thank you, Rhea. I'm sure it's fine, but thank you. Here, have some cheesy puffs. These are the best ones. Waitrose own brand. Have you tried them? No, I haven't tried them, but I won't, thank you. Rhea put the bowl down with a shrug that said, your loss. Listen, Rhea, I've had something playing on my mind for a few weeks, since I read your memoir. The deep dimple in Rhea's cheek disappeared, and she looked momentarily distraught. Oh, no, please, what is it? It's just... Well, I hadn't realized until I read your book that Leo and Cecilia had had a fling together that summer. The summer of Phoebe. Yes, the summer of Phoebe. And it took me a bit by surprise because, of course, she was only 13 and Leo was almost 18. You know, virtually an adult. Well, look, I don't know if it was a fling. I don't know what it was, Adele. Rhea shrugged apologetically, as though she felt bad for bringing it up at all. It was a fling. I asked Leo about it and he told me. I just wondered, did you ever think, I mean, even just as a crazy theory, that Phoebe's death might have had something to do with Leo and his brothers? Rhea's dark eyes widened. She clutched her gold chains with her fingertips. Adele, what a question. I know, it's just... I was talking to Gordon yesterday and he said something weird about how his boys were to blame for her death, how children turn into animals in that garden. Well, there he might have a point. Children left to their own devices can be wild, but you're Leo, killing that girl. Well, that's not quite what Gordon was implying. The implication was more that Leo had somehow caused it, he and his brothers. Crazy, Rhea said. That man is absolutely crazy. Adele nodded. I know, he really is. But still, when you think about it, Phoebe had to have died for some reason. Maybe it did have something to do with Leo and his brothers, in an indirect way, to do with all the romantic complications. You know, kids, they feel things so strongly. Everything is magnified at that age. Adele. Rhea put a hand over hers and squeezed it. Phoebe was not your average 15-year-old. Phoebe was like a time bomb, waiting to go off. It was just a matter of time, and there was nothing anyone could have done about it. But in what way? The world is full of messed-up teenagers drinking and taking drugs and having sex, and they don't all end up dead at 15. Indeed, this is true. There was something else about that girl. Behind the good-time girl, behind the fun and the frivolity, this sadness in her eyes, like she'd seen all the bad things in the world and given up all hope for mankind, for herself. And you know that is a look I know better than most. Yes, I know. Adele moved her hand onto Rhea's and stroked it. Why do you think she was like that? Her mother. Oh, her mother! Rhea rolled her eyes heavenwards. Adele had heard about Phoebe and Cecilia's mother many times over the years, through Leo, through Gordon, through anyone who'd lived on the garden at the time. Her name was Marion, and she'd been the headmistress of the private girls' school up the road for 20 years. Her husband had been Frank, a milkman who'd retired due to ill health in his 30s, and then died at 40 of a heart attack when the girls were still small. Marion had quickly remarried, leaving the garden community fairly certain that the relationship had begun long before Frank's early demise. The new husband was not interested in children. Marion was only interested in the children at her school, and Cecilia and Phoebe were left roaming the garden all day and all night. And then, as Rhea reminded her now, when Marion was at home, the screaming and the crying and the banging and the smashing would start, and he'd be there. She pointed to the other side of the garden, smoking a cigarette out of the window until it had all blown over. Then slam! You'd hear the window go down, and it would be quiet again. An unhappy woman, unhappy husband, unhappy children, and now, she sighed, that's Cecilia. She is repeating all the patterns, all the mistakes of her own mother, and I look at her daughter and I see the same thing in her eye that Phoebe had, the same look of hopelessness. Tyler? Yes, Tyler. Adele thought of the odd, brittle, affectionate, energetic, stroppy and fun-loving girl she'd known since she was a baby. You don't think... I mean, she won't go the same way as Phoebe, will she? I hope not, Adele. I really do hope not. Adele thought of Leo's thumb lifting Tyler's chin yesterday, and of Gordon's bizarre declaration. Then she thought of 13-year-old Cecilia, sitting on Leo's lap, wearing his chain, his adult lips on her childish ones. Her head spun, her stomach lurched. Claire turned left outside the tube and brought up Google Maps on her smartphone. She was dressed strangely for the warm summer weather, in jeans and a loose-fitting black cotton jacket that belonged to one of the girls, her blonde hair covered by a baseball cap. She was in Walthamstow with love-struck Roxy's address programmed into her mobile. She didn't really know why. It was probably a stupid thing to do. But it had been nagging and nagging at her, and in a strange way she felt she owed it to Leo for his kindness and his concern. Roxy's flat formed part of a small terraced Victorian house on a nondescript, distinctly ungentrified street. The front garden was cemented over and filled with weeds, used to house numerous bins and recycling containers. There were 3 bells by the front door. Claire walked past the house 4 times. She'd been hoping she might be able to find a spot to stand and observe for a while, but on a quiet street like this she'd have stood out conspicuously. It was 11 o'clock in the morning. Roxy would be at work. And if Chris was here, he'd no doubt be lying low. She was about to pass for a 5th time when she heard an internal door slam shut. Then she saw a shadow pass across the opaque glass panels of the front door. She inhaled and pulled herself back slightly, pretending to be looking for something in her handbag. She saw a young woman appear in the doorway of the house. She was very small and slim, with her hair cut into a sharp black bob. She was wearing a black asymmetric dress with calf-height leather strappy boots, and her arms were heavily tattooed. She was talking to someone standing in the hallway. Claire could see a large hand grasping the doorframe, a male knee in faded black trousers, a huge socked foot. She heard a male cough. Moving slightly closer, she heard the young woman say, "I'll be back in a couple of hours, maybe 3 if they keep me back for the 2nd session." Then, as each hair on her arms stood up in turn, she heard her husband's voice, loud as an actor upon a stage, saying, "Okay, Rox, and good luck. Not that you'll need it." She watched Roxy lean into her husband and accept a brief hug. She saw a flash of his hair, shorter than it had ever been before, a wildly bearded chin, a grey hoodie. And then Roxy turned to go, and her husband closed the door, and Claire stood, her feet rooted to the pavement as though set in concrete, watching Roxy walk away from her and thinking, "My husband is in that house. My husband is in that house. My husband is in that house. And he's wearing socks." For a whole minute she did nothing. And then finally she straightened herself and walked, circumspectly, back to the tube station. "Mum?" Pip was sitting at the kitchen counter on a bar stool. She'd been doing her homework, but now she put down her pen and closed her exercise book. "When are they going to tell us where Dad is?" Claire jumped slightly. Pip hadn't mentioned Chris for a few days. It seemed strange that she should do so on the very same day on which Claire had seen him, alive and kicking, with short hair and a beard, living with a tattooed lady called Roxy in the Dog End of London E11. "I don't know." "Can you ask them?" "Why?" "I've got things to send him." "What things?" "Just letters. It feels weird writing to him and not sending them anywhere. It's like he's disappeared off the face of the earth, like he doesn't exist anymore." Claire thought of the large hand clutching the door frame, the booming voice. "Well, I can assure you he does exist, and he's still trying to get better." "But, Mum, it's been more than 6 months. I mean, what are they doing? What are they actually doing in there? Why isn't he better yet? I don't understand." "No, I don't understand either." "Can you call them, please? Call them and find out what's happening. Can you do it now?" "Pip, it's late. All the office people will have gone home now." "Well, will you call tomorrow?" "I'll try." "Why try? Why can't you just do it? It's not fair. He's my dad, and I know you're still really cross with him and scared of him and everything, but I love him. And I haven't seen him for so long, and I don't understand why I can't." Claire sighed and pulled her hair back off her face with the palm of her hand. "You're right. You're absolutely right. It isn't fair. And I will call them tomorrow and see what I can do. But I can't promise anything, okay?" Pip's face softened, and she smiled a small smile. "Okay." Claire checked the time on the oven. 15 minutes until the lasagna was ready. She stood behind Pip and squeezed her middle section, savouring the substance of her, the yielding softness around her belly, the solid warmth of her. "What would I do without you?" she said. "You'd probably just die," said Pip dryly. "Yes," said Claire, "I probably would." "I love you," said Pip. "I love you too." She pulled away and smiled. "Right, I'd better go and find your sister." "Can't you just call her?" "Well, I could, but I fancy some fresh air, and it's so lovely out there. Will you lock the door behind me?" Pip rolled her eyes. "Seriously, Mum, what do you think is going to happen?" "I don't know," she said, "but I wouldn't leave you here with the front door unlocked, so why would I leave you with the back door unlocked?" Pip rolled her eyes again and followed Claire to the back door to lock it after her. Claire breathed in deeply as she started across the lawn. Coming out to find Grace was something of a pretext. She was really hoping to run into Leo, to tell him about seeing Chris at Roxy's place, to ask his advice about what to do next. There was no sign of the gang at the top of the hill, so she took the path around the perimeter of the garden towards the house's apartment. There she found them all hanging out on their terrace. Tyler, Max, the sisters, Leo, and somewhat unexpectedly, and in a way that made her stomach tense and contract, Grace, sitting on Dylan's lap, his arms around her waist. She sat up and looked startled when she saw her mother standing there. Claire saw her quickly unthread Dylan's fingers and slide off his lap. "Hi," said Claire, feeling exposed and strangely foolish. "Claire," said Leo. "Hi, come in, come in." "Oh," she shook her head. "No, thank you. I just came to let Grace know that dinner's ready." She smiled broadly. "You could have just phoned," Grace countered. "Yes," she said lightly, "I know, but I fancied some fresh air." She looked at Dylan from the sides of her eyes, at this boy she'd noticed from the very beginning, because of his green eyes and his perfect skin, and his way about him that seemed far beyond that of an average 13-year-old boy. She'd noticed him, and her daughters had noticed him, and yet it had never occurred to Claire that one of her daughters would end up sitting on his lap. "Who are you?" she wanted to say. "Who are you? And are you now a part of my life?" He saw her looking at him, and quickly averted his gaze in a way that Claire could not quite judge, Was it dodgy, guilty, shy, dismissive? Was it knowing? "Anyway," she said, "it's ready. You can come and eat it now or have it later when it's cold. It's up to you." "Okay," Grace sighed heavily. "I'll come soon." "Good." Claire turned and headed home, her cheeks flaming. Were they kissing? Were they touching each other's bodies? She thought of the things she'd read in the papers about how young boys expected blowjobs at the drop of a hat these days. Had she? Had her baby, not yet 13, had she done that? She pictured Dylan, his green eyes averted from hers, those broad shoulders and sculpted cheekbones. What kind of a boy was he? She had no idea. "Whoa, slow down." She turned to see Leo striding up behind her. "You okay?" His hand resting on her arm again, bringing that same surge of relief, followed by fear, she felt whenever he touched her. "Yes, sorry, just, teenagers." He smiled dryly. "I certainly do know teenagers." "And I had no idea, Grace and Dylan." "Ah," he nodded, realization dawning.